You'll love
And
to
time.
see the Meteor miss.
Time for Mog.
GG's to Zik.
GG.
Simultaneous black holes between Nikki and Rupan. There's probably going to be a few of those if this time's up or the line's up pretty well. Nikki probably getting close to the phase change here. You can always tell when you see the 9,999, just to let you know, because basically Zromas gets his HP down. Once he gets to a certain threshold, he refills it up just like he did in SNES. Except you didn't get to see that 9,999, so you just kind of guessed when it happened. So I don't think there's any visual cue other than maybe an ATB halt, which you don't even get to see because you don't see the ATB bars.
Yeah, you don't see it at all.
Okay. Starting second phase after the heal, it should be easier. It's a big timing part with waiting and calculating like 0.3 to 0.4 seconds is only first phase.
Like Rupan's dodging all the bios just like Nikki did. Guess it save you a little bit of healing time. Because you definitely don't want to go into that Meteor phase low HP. So you saw it did a pretty good amount of damage.
Yeah, the problem with phase 2 with the flares doesn't really have a time to heal anymore, and if you're at an HP where one meteor kills you...
Just dodge all of them, easy, right?
I am not actually sure what to do yet. Like, you just really don't want to be in that situation.
Yeah.
Why deal with said situation when you can just not have to deal with said situation? It's easy. And if you guys are loving this Dragoon action, oh boy, just wait until Final Fantasy
All right.
3.
Meteor phase. Time to get ready for Team Choco.
So you pretty much get hit by that first meteor then every time, eh?
Yeah. Need a force jump, sometimes 3 are enough. That's alright. And time.
GG.
GG's, Nikki.
3-minute PB. We take
Rupan,
this.
unfortunately, the last one to go, didn't quite get through it. So like I said, you'll have to go through this whole shebang.
Yeah. GG on the PB, Nikki. You know, continuing the PB train of this relay.
But this was just an amazing run with the exception of like dying to a door, having to redo 2, and then the 2 bad ambushes on the way back.
Very nicely done.
Rest was just a bit of grinding, a bit of Ruby. I mean, we know Ruby.
No
Yeah, so-
pressure to CC runners, but we're on a PB train right now.
Mine was like a 14-minute PB.
I see. I see.
Yeah.
Gotta love the new patch, eh?
Alright, yeah, chat, I need you to give Rupan strength here.
Yeah. We were all scared about Zero Miss just being such a big game changer.
Yeah, and ironically, like, Rupan was the one, like, from what I've seen, like, constantly uploading videos on how to make this fight better or time stuff.
Yeah, Rupan and Shigeru have been definitely working the most on it.
Yeah.
I think it was that situation of being hit with the bio or a flare and just not being able to recover
Yeah.
from it after that.
Yeah.
If you get hit by a late bio, then you like usually you have a chance to heal in phase 1, in the like bio phase. But once you get to the flare phase, healing is tough.
I think we can use the time real quick, like, because this will still take a little bit, and the start of the fight is going to be roughly the same as last time for the Crystal Chronicle commentators to like introduce their run real quick.
Okay, sure.
If they want to, of course.
Hi. Hello. My name is bosshogre. I will be here providing context and commentary for you for this Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles speedrun. I used to run it once upon a time. Now I just sit back and let other people do that and chat about it.
I'm O.D.W. I also used to run this game a lot, but I kind of messed up my hands a bit, so I don't do it as much anymore. But I'm just here for general commentary. Yeah.
Hello, I'm wobmiar. Just call me Wob, whatever that's easier. And I'm a tester of that game, and I still test it. I did some RTA runs, but I'm not very good at it. So yeah, that's what I do. I do tests.
It's not an easy run.
Wobmiar,
Yeah,
aka Wob, aka Wobby Wob, is the heart and soul of our small community, who blesses us with plenty of levels.
I would like vote more on like Manic Claw is working a lot more than me, and like even KillerOrcas that is actually running right now is doing a lot of work on trying to improve the runs too. I'm not really
Regardless, you're
improved.
still our technical expert.
Somewhat, yeah, for a lot of things. But here's the thing with that game is that Tess is not very influent on RTA due to the RNG nature of the game. The game is very RNG, so the human element is.
Yeah, basically it's one of those games where we can, with the task, you can quite easily just perfectly manipulate all the RNG that you want, because it basically just cycles every frame, and if you when you load the dungeon, it determines what all the chests have in them and stuff like that. So if you don't like what you wanted, you just wait one more frame and just keep doing that till you get exactly what you want every time.
Yeah, well, there's like there's a bit more complexity to it, but that's a TLDR thing. Like a task will manipulate RNG. That's the TLDR. So I can create routes that would be wildly different than RTA basically, just because of that.
Final Fantasy 14. If you all have anything you want to finish up with here, you can go ahead.
Well, looks like Rupen got the 3 early silks going. Looks like he's kind of got a pretty good start to this fight. Just about to work his way through the first phase here with the bios.
So far, so good, yeah.
Actually went really lucky with the who was being hit. Cecil, turns out, does in fact die to the flare, and it wasn't even close. It was like 2,700 damage that it did on him.
Damn.
So I'm gonna guess it's either for a speed thing or possibly a Big Bang thing.
Yeah.
I saw that, I'm like, well, that's definitely not it.
Yeah. Hits like a truck.
Yeah, just waiting on the... Still think, same thing, waiting on the shakes, kind of doing the hits. Black holes are fine, 'cause, again, they don't really do anything. If you were buffed or whatever, also would take it away, but don't got any. The SNES version, you end up putting a whole bunch of, you'll reflect Rosa with wall, and then you have to try and time a holy spell on her. And then reflect it back on his Roma so he doesn't hit her with a flare. And you have to try and all do that between black holes, which is fun. For a lack of better words.
That's one way to put it, yeah. Very, very loose definition of fun there, but yeah.
And then you just kind of hope you don't get damage rolled along the way. And we are in the next phase here, so Romas did get healed up. So we're in the back half of the fight. Trying to avoid the big bangs and the flares at the same time. Once we see that media, we pretty much know that we're home free. Might have got the scripting.
Yeah, that was... He might have not seen the refill. Oh boy.
Oh, he's full sending.
What do we need to do now? Yeah, no. Oh no!
Like Nikki was saying, it's really tough to try and get a heal in it by this point.
Yeah, you basically can't because he's too fast, even with the 3 spider cells. Very slight misplay there. Probably not noticing that the phase changed actually. Because it looked like he was waiting for a shake when there was not going to be one.
So while we go through this, we can send it back over to CC for a bit.
Well, do we commentate on the current runs going? Or we can just do an
Both of the other
overview
runners are
of-
pretty far ahead now.
Yeah, and they are starting to get ahead. Maybe we can just talk about like what's the game and what's the difference with the main series and such.
Yeah, we can talk general strategy and stuff. That'll be fine.
Yeah, well, basically that's the game is it's not like turn by turn. It's really like it's basically a hit and run game, and like it's so RNG that most runners will need to adapt to whatever is happening on screen, like the enemy's behaviors, and that's what makes the game very hard sometimes, because you can be screwed up by RNG quite easily.
Yeah, being an action game, there's a lot of stuff that can go wrong in the second-to-second moments, more so than trying to be able to memorize a pattern. The bosses are gonna do what they want to do. You can't really manipulate that. And Chronicles itself is pretty divorced from the rest of the mainline series as its own little spin-off. You'll still see familiar elements. We've still got Holy, we've got Cure, we've got references to Chocobos. It's still all here. I mean, you see Malboro on the screen right now.
Yeah, they take months to.
Sorry about that. Around the same time as Final Fantasy IX was when this game came out. It was a little bit later, and I think a ton of the art and enemy names and styles and everything was, not. They weren't shy about the fact that it was a lot of the same art and concept stuff.
Hey man, it's fan service.
Yeah.
So basically, the game is like, I'm not seeing like the chat right now, but the Twitch chat I mean, but basically you'll see runners start the game with they play with the GBA. The reason for it is because there's glitches that are exclusive to GBA, and they do those glitches at the start of the game. So like,
Yeah. So Crystal
without
Chronicles was a game. It's a game that was produced almost in a way to sell the GBA link cable, which was Nintendo's attempt at the time to integrate the GBA with the GameCube, where you can plug it into your GameCube and use it as a controller, do some other stuff. In this case, it's for being able to do 4-player multiplayer and still have your inventories available separately. The implementation of this means there are some slight problems when it comes to the Japanese version of the game and its connectivity, which allows us to break some very certain things to get probably the largest time-saving glitches available to this game.
It's basically called letter glitch. So basically you can open a letter and then exit the menu, but the letter will still be opened, which is not supposed to happen. So when you re-enter the menu, well, basically a lot of things are broken in the menu. So the two glitches that are the two main glitches that are useful are IGG, that KillerOrcas is actually doing right now, where you can multiply your gold. And the other one will be after IGG, that is called GES, which multiplies your weapons, basically. But well, like in more details, it's that you are able to equip weapons in the armor slots and things like that.
Yeah,
And
And
for infinite guild glitch, which sounds, you know, it's exactly what it sounds like. Since you can duplicate items as much as you want, and then, you know, money is an item, you can just duplicate your guild until you have all the money
well,
you need.
I don't think you can duplicate items, right?
Well,
Anyone on the way to
sorry,
duplicate items?
Specifically guild is what I meant. But
Yeah, I think it's just
can
Gil for now. It's just
you
Gil.
can drop money from your inventory onto the ground and then pick it back up, but you drop more than you pick up, or you know, you pick up more than you drop, so you end up with lots of money. And then GES is GBA equip swap, which is, you know, we can probably explain it in more detail at some point, but a very short overview of it is, you know, it's not unlike other games where we figured out menu and inventory manipulation and stuff. You need to get certain items that have certain memory values and they're in certain locations, like slot number like 11 or whatever in your inventory slot. You do this combination of things and then it breaks and you can equip items in slots they're not supposed to be able to be equipped in. You can like equip 3 weapons and not have any armor, and your strength gets really high. And that's basically a summary of it. Lets us break the game pretty easily.
Yeah, the main issue, well, it's not really an issue, but in GS can do all of that in theory, but it's very complicated to make the menus like act like you want. That's why the players will have weird names. And like, because you need to only some letters will prox the GES glitch correctly, and also like we worked a lot over the last years to try to find setups that are better for the runners, and I'm pretty sure right now Killer and VerySydney we're using the 1 GBA setups, which are not necessarily the best, but they work. And the fact is, all the setups are a bit different. You just need to find some that work, and sometimes it's hard. Like, you will not see them equip 3 weapons. I mean, like, you will not see them having like 4 weapons at once, because we didn't find any setup that can do that yet. Well, especially for a speedrun, but it's like theoretically possible, you know.
Yeah, and one, I guess, other thing to point out is you'll notice, if I'm not mistaken, in this year's relay, all 3 runners are going to be using the Lilty race, which I'm pretty sure last year all 3 of our runners used different races. Of course, that was the remaster version, but I guess it's worth pointing out, from my understanding, the main reason they're all going to be using the same race is that with this GES glitch that's relatively new to the game and to the speedrun, it just so happens that out of all the different setups that we've found that are viable with your inventory and whatnot, the Lilty just has a specific setup that just works faster and gets you better stats in less time. So, like, why would you not play it?
Well, not necessarily. The reason Lilty is used with 2 GBAs, you explained it well, but with 1 GBA, Lilty is not necessarily better than Selkie. So the reason they use Lilty is because they want, because since GS gives you so many strengths, you can skip Master's weapon.
Alright, I guess it's time to chime in shortly, because Ruben is on the final stretch. in the Meteor phase.
Just a few more to go here, and then he'll be able to take it out, and then it'll be all CC. So from this point on, we basically just let the auto battle just work its way through. Made it through the gauntlet of early Zeromus shenanigans.
And that's
Now we're just, and then we win. GG's.
GG's. Just in contrast, a week ago, all 3 of us did runs and no one got it first try. So, phenomenal runs all around.
Yeah, good runs from all. That was fun to watch, fun to commentate, and thank you guys for having us on.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you very much for having us. Very good job from all 3 runners. A bit unfortunate for Rupen at the end there, but very well played, especially considering, like you guys mentioned, this had to be done on like a pretty strict, time limit, like, and the patch hit like very hard. So, very well done.
Okay, and thanks you two for joining the commentary. I hope I kept myself out for most.
You did good.
Didn't need to, but yeah. Alright, and with that, I think, unless Sick wanted to say something real quick, we can fully throw it over to Crystal Chronicles. You guys enjoy your run, and of course the rest of the relay. It's been a pleasure, and yeah, have fun.
Thanks. GG's.
Yeah, GG. We'll be here.
So I just want to
So,
finish my.
after all that,
Oh, okay.
sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to finish that. The reason KillerOrcas and VerySydney are using Lilty is to skip Master's Weapon. That's not related to GS setup.
Okay, well, I'm going to throw Manaclaw under the bus because I asked him about it at like 2 in the morning and he sent me a link to a video and maybe the video was outdated. I don't know.
No, that's not outdated. That's just Lilty has a better setup for 2 GBAs, but not for 1.
I see. Well.
So ratyu uses Lilty because it's better for GS, but KillerOrcas and VerySydney uses it to skip Master's Weapon.
Then everyone wants to avoid using the Lilty's Master Weapon. Nobody likes the Lilty's Master Weapon.
Yeah, Lilty's Master Weapon is bad, but the reason people used Selkie before all the time was because they took Master's Weapon, and Master's Weapon on Selkie has a very great focus attack. So that's the whole route basically. But the thing with Master's Weapon
They also have
is
the backflip with dodge frames.
yeah, but Master's Weapon is very RNG dependent. Like you can you can have runs die just because the game doesn't want to give you Master's Weapon. So GES is like a life savior for many runners. In that sense, like you reduce a lot of RNG with GES.
I mean, you're talking to me. I'm the guy who fails to get Master Weapons 13 times in a row.
Yeah.
Just to give you all some perspective on this new glitch that we're talking about, GES. So, like, before we could just mess up with our inventory and equip multiple weapons and stuff like that, an average run, or like that you felt really good about at the end of the game, or like pretty solid about at the end of the game, you'd have like 65 strength, and if it was a really awesome lucky run that you feel excellent about, you'd have 70 strength by the end of the game. And I think now they end up with what, like 84 or like 90?
No, 95.
95? Okay. Yeah,
Guaranteed 95 every time.
Yeah, they get 95 every time, especially if they use. Well, I think the 1 GBA setup makes you equip 2 extra weapons, so yeah, they all get 95 at the end.
Alright, I'm going to say this out loud the first time for my own sake. At the end of this dungeon that KillerOrcas is in, I need to split for the first time. So I'm going to let you all talk mostly for the next few minutes so that I don't get distracted.
There's something special about Goblin Wall that you need to skip, that you need to split?
And I'm doing the splits for each of the runners. I need to click the button, that's all I'm at.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Okay, so
and while this
you
has
can
been going on, we've been waiting for Ratyu's opening cutscene to finish off. It's 4 minutes long, and It's a great opening cutscene, but for us runners, it can get a little tiresome when you have to restart a run and see it again. But luckily, it's given us enough time to space out the gameplay streams here.
Yeah. So as you saw, Ratyu finished creating his characters. So what he's using the 2 GBA setups. So he created 2 characters in multiplayer, and he plans to use 2 GBAs to control both of the characters. The reason he's doing that is because he wants to do the GES after the first dungeon, and that's obviously faster than doing GES after the second dungeon, because multiplayer is slow in general. And since you need to carry the callus,
Yeah, so
because as you
a lot
can
of GES
see,
comes down to manipulating the letters. So
Yeah,
the letters we have found are dependent on your character name, the slot you're made in, which skin of the character race you're playing, if you're male or female, and even then, if you do it wrong, you can end up with a slightly different family if you finish the character at a different time.
that's not really true. Letters are only dependent on your family. That's it. You don't skins like we have different setups with different skins and different names, but the goal of that is not to manipulate a letter. The goal of that is to manipulate the family. So
We're
then-
manipulating the family to get the letters we want.
yeah, so basically you can like the slot you're in, the skin you have, the name you get don't matter for the letter at all. It's just that they will affect which family like you will get. So that's why you can see that ratyu. Well, I'm not even like. That's why you can see that ratyu has different skins than KillerOrcas and VerySydney. That's because there's multiple setups that will give you the same family that you need. Also, the name. There's multiple names that will work. You need like 2 Japanese letters and 1 space, if I recall correctly. So that's why they can have different names. The runners will have different names if I can see correctly. So it's not like
Ratsu's
it's
got
not
slick
hard.
2 GBA movement here. This is smooth.
Yeah, he probably practiced a lot. Oh yeah, he's also doing sign glitch right now, which is pretty insane. So basically, if you talk to a sign or like many things you can interact with, and you take damage, your character gains some like properties that will help them push anything. Well, a lot of things in the game, including other players. So he was pushing player 1. No, I think player 2 was pushing player 1 to go faster in the dungeon. Because when you carry the callus, you walk slower. That's a pretty neat trick. And he's also using, he's using both characters to beat the boss, which is very fast.
This is well practiced.
This is very well practiced, and the cool thing is, it's almost easy because loyalties are against the first boss. Loyalties have their focus attack is like the fastest way to beat the boss, and there's invincibility frames when you do the focus attack, so you can basically keep being slowed by the boss. So with perfect RNG, like he had almost perfect RNG. Like ratyu did like very well in that dungeon in general.
Alright, he's getting his letters now, and this kind of comes into the main part of why 2 GBAs or even more is a thing for the GES strategy to begin with. What he's actually done is that player 1 is going to get the letter from the mayor. The first player on the first dungeon always gets this letter from the mayor. It doesn't really do anything. It's just a good luck out there letter. And subsequently, it would be the second player would get it at the second dungeon, the third player would get it at the third dungeon, and the fourth at the fourth. But because the first player took that letter up, the second player will get their next letter now. And for our case, this is a letter he needs to use to do guess. So he's perfectly ready to do that immediately, whereas the other players needed to wait an extra dungeon before they could.
Yeah, and like since GS gives you such a big boost of strength, it's very great to have it earlier. That's the gist of it. Yo, he's doing nice. I rarely see that RTA is doing sign glitch in the Miasma stream too. That's great.
Sign glitch is not something RTA runners typically do because it is not very easy to actually work with. Controlling 2 GBAs alone is difficult. Trying to synchronize them this well to get that pushing and keep it going is just very hard.
Sign glitch is pretty much co-op exclusive in the sense that it's for a human. It's not very useful in single player usually. I do it in task, but that's task. That's not realistic.
So, Ratsu's going into doing the guess now, so I can kind of run through how this goes mechanically. So he's gone ahead and swapped off to controlling only one player. It makes this easier. He's going to go in, look at a letter, and then he's going to return control back to the GameCube, and then bring control back to the GBA. And he can go into his Gil inventory and then start dropping it. As backs out of there and comes back in, he can then pick up all this Gil, and the game won't register him having dropped any of it at any point. So he just gains all of it and duplicates it. He'll do this until he has enough money to buy the starting materials we need for some good gear. He'll duplicate this for a little bit. It's a few 10,000 he's gonna make. I think it's somewhere around 20,000. He's practiced this well enough, he probably has a very specific number he's running for. As he runs to the merchant, he's going to go ahead and buy the number of materials in order to create a pile of weapons, because what we have to do for guests to properly work is the items that we're going to be equipping over our armor have to be in very specific slots of our inventory. Typically, this is going to be slot 11. And guess itself is activated by going into the menu, opening up a letter, relinquishing control, taking back control the same way as we do for IGG, but then moving over to the equipment menu, and then we can then actually equip stuff that's not in the right spots in our inventory. It messes up the pointers in some way that we don't really understand. And with that, he's already blown through and made all of his stuff. And he's out the door. And so with this, you're gonna although he took out the crab really fast for what it is, you'll notice he's going to absolutely destroy the bosses from this point onwards. The game does not expect you to have this much strength this early on, and it will be a long time before it falls off at all. And he's going ahead and saving. This is going to be saved so he can go into single player now, because he doesn't need to be a multiplayer anymore.
Yeah, I was just gonna echo that. I haven't watched a lot of the glitched runs since this was found out, and it's really just amusing to me to watch this. These bosses just vanish in seconds, because we have the amount of strength you'd have if you were pretty decently equipped at the end of the game, but it's right at the beginning of the game.
Oh man, it's therapeutic, man. You have those bosses that just really mess up your day. You can come by in a glitch run and just destroy them in 4 hits. It's just amazing.
Yeah, you like that teleport?
Penalty, the penalty with GES is the simple fact is that since we've replaced our armor with weapons, we also have really low defense now. So we also take lots of damage.
Just get good.
This is true.
Yeah, I mean, it is really worth pointing out, armor, there is the whole like get good LOL meme, which is fun, but having more armor really does allow you to go much faster in this game because you have to be reacting to enemies all the time, and if you have really low defense at the end of the game, stuff will just one-shot you, so you can't just, rip through willy-nilly. And if you have tons of defense, then, that allows you to be more careless, I guess.
Yeah, and you can see here, like, even as he's running through, like, Mushroom Forest here is like a war zone. There's projectiles flying everywhere, and you're just trying to not get hit by anything. And as with the defense we have, this will almost one-shot you. You get close to dying in one hit from all this. And so we're gonna be, like, our runners are gonna try and pick up a lot of safety Phoenix Downs for the run. As long as they're on your command list, you'll get automatically revived. And we're gonna need those just for general safety to not have to restart boss fights over when we die. But by the end of the game, the bosses get very hard to predict and almost random at times. You're just going to eat hits, and it's going to hurt, and you're probably going to die instantaneously. So part of it is having enough PDs to get to the end of the game. And also Malboro's gone. That boss fight was nothing.
Yes, I want to point out, like, in the survivabilities subject, and an important game mechanic here is food. So basically, the runners will eat a lot of food, not only to heal, but also to gain like extra stats. Which, like, the extra stats is cool, but the reason they eat so much is mainly because it's almost free to heal with them. And also I want to point out that I'm pretty sure ratyu has an edge over KillerOrcas and VerySydney, since his setup makes him able to buy mithril armor instead of mithril gauntlet, meaning that he essentially has a lot of defense right now, even if he did GES. So he's like very safe in a sense.
Yeah,
that
setup is probably the safest of all the ones we have on screen at the moment.
It's the safest and the fastest, so that's the thing.
Yeah, when you have virtually limitless items in your inventory that will fully heal you, the difference in getting one shot and two shot is pretty significant.
Yeah, so he explained his strat a bit earlier. His main goal is to not get one shot by anything. So as long as he survives a hit, he can eat some meat and he will be fine. The problem is mainly
it's worth noting that food is probably your primary source of healing we're going to have in this run and in this game in general. The cure spell exists, but it exists only as a magicite. They are pick-up spells. As temporary items you only get to keep for a map. If we wanted cure, we'd have to go out of our way to kill the monster that has it, pick it up, and then cast it while combat is going on. And while it's a guaranteed full heal, we can just go into our inventory, pause the game, and just heal up to full there and not, risk taking more hits. It's just one extra little advantage of just using food all the time rather than trying to heal.
Yeah,
especially
in single player. While we're on the topic of food, I should point out, so at the beginning of this game, when you create your character, you choose what profession your family will be. There's like 8 different options. Traditionally, this speedrun would go with the rancher because they provide you meat every year. One perk that ratyu has here is with the 2 GBA setup where you're creating 2 characters at the beginning, you can create a merchant and it allows you to basically buy meat instead of asking your rancher parent for it over and over, and it's just a little bit faster to stock up on those healing items.
That's ratyu's edge. That's ratyu's edge.
So this run normally before GES was a thing used to use merchant because money wasn't an issue. We could just buy 40 meat from our family at the beginning of the game and that would be all of it. But since GES, we actually need to use rancher far more often. because it influences your family and what letters they send. And so far, the letters we use for GES only come with a rancher family, at least for all the setups we have. We cannot use merchant directly. But because he ran with 2 characters off the start, the second character, which he's no longer using anymore, can now have a merchant family, so he can buy all of his meat then, which we will see in just a bit when the year rolls over. So he gets the advantages of both without having to worry about slowly getting meat from the rancher family instead.
Glad you all are here to provide context. I had these list of notes I keep mentioning that people have pointed out to me over the past few days, but then it seems like I'm always slightly off. So, teamwork. Yeah.
I don't think the notes are off, it's just that since GES was discovered, runners have different preferences in how they want to run GES, and also the limitations. Like 1 GBA, like when we discuss GES, 1 GBA will be wildly different than 2 GBA. That's where the inconsistencies come, mainly. Because ratyu, ratyu has a big edge in that front. It's a very complicated glitch, and there's so many setups that at the end of the day, runners use the setups they prefer. That's how it goes.
It's worth mentioning that guess is something we kind of just brute force to figure out. We were able to figure out some things about how it works, but we don't actually know the internal code problem that causes this all to happen. We haven't managed to break into the assembly of the GBA's program to know what does this. So everything we know from GES has just been testing, coming up with theories and just raw testing, and it was a lot of afternoons in the earlier part of this year were spent doing this.
Yeah, there's trial and error, and then you try to find consistencies, but it's very hard to find improvements. That's the hardest part, is to find improvements.
At the moment, Ratyu is running through Goblin Wall. This is a dungeon that opens up in the first year, and outside of the shenanigans, you're pretty much required to do it, but we do it every year anyways because it's very quick to do. All you have to do is simply run past everything, open up 3 doors, which takes no time at all, and there's going to be a tricky spot up here just before the boss door. There's a lot of enemies, and you have to kill the large goblin in order for him to drop the key to open the door. And it's very easy to get beat down here, but aside from that, this dungeon breezes by very fast, and since he's got the mithril armor at the moment, he's definitely a little less worried about instantly dying here compared to how the other runners would do.
Just going to go ahead and point this out. I recently noticed I accidentally split early on Tonberry. I called this out so that it can get fixed, but yeah, don't be fooled. That was an early split.
Yeah.
He's clear up 2 goblins up front.
So
this
the
is
main
gonna do
goal
is
of...
the 2...
Oh, sorry.
I'll let you go.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make it for general audience that don't know much about the game. The goal of the game is to you enter a dungeon, you get to the boss, you beat the boss, and you collect a drop of Meteor. Do that 3 times to finish a year, and the goal of the game is to finish. But it's basically finish 4 years to. At the 5th year, you unlock the means to the end game. So it's very linear, especially when if you're watching and you're like, well, not a lot is happening. There's just the little dude running straight in a dungeon, fighting almost no enemies and just beating up the boss in 2 seconds because they have too much strength. Well, that's because that's basically how it goes. The fastest way to complete the game is to ignore most of things that are in dungeons, and you just run to the end. And,
Yeah, so Crystal Chronicles is very unusual in this regard, at least this game specifically. You don't have traditional level ups, there's no experience in killing enemies. The closest thing we have to a level up in this game is that little artifact selection you see at the end of every single map. These will give you just small permanent bonuses, small bonuses to stats and whatnot, and these stay with you. Outside of that, gear is mostly what defines your progress and level in the game. And since we skip to having very good equipment from the start, we kind of skip most of having to fight anything. Since we have infinite money, we don't have to farm at all to make cash. We kind of skip a lot of the adventure and the free choice you would normally be able to take in this game. As there's many spots where there is more than one dungeon you can actually go to progress, but we've figured out the fastest ones to run through, and it's a very quick path we follow. We're just almost ignoring as much of the game as we can.
Yeah, that's the route is made thinking about like, oh, what are the dungeons I can do, and from these dungeons, which are the fastest to do, and that's pretty much the logic of routing it.
So something worth mentioning right now as well is the reason why, like, they'll repeat dungeons, but only at certain points. So the drops of earth that come from the trees at the end of every dungeon, they only refresh after 3 other dungeons have been beaten since. So you can't just repeat it.
4. I'm gonna correct
4.
you.
Okay.
4.
Alright, 4. I always mess that up. That keeps you from being able to just repeat the exact same dungeon and beat the game that way. Do repeat certain ones because they're faster, even when they have improved difficulty, because every time you return to them, their difficulty increases. And in this case, you only need 3 to end the year, and we're trying to get to year 5. Year 5 is the earliest at which we can reach the actual end game, as we'll be able to go over exactly how that goes down later, but ratyu is actually at where you would have one of the first actual choices between dungeons you can do. There is the extra dungeon here, Mossjet Manor, which we will skip because it's too random to really be useful in this run at all. Now, Taida, the dungeon he's entering now, will only do this once. It's a pretty easy guaranteed strength up. It's not too hard of a dungeon, and thematically it's supposed to kind of represent what would happen if you failed in your journey in this game. Which we're not really planning on doing, of course. We're going to beeline straight to the end and win. This will be a very quick dungeon.
That's very lore.
Yeah, it's very lore. Orcas would be proud.
Yeah. The main conflict of the game is that there's this poisonous miasma that permeates all throughout the land, and it basically will kill you if you don't have the protective power of the crystals, or if you're a monster, then it won't hurt you at all. Because, obviously. So, this Tita village is an example of a place where the caravan went out to get their crystal myrrh for the year, and they failed, and so monsters slowly took over everything. Sad.
Yeah,
What we're actually going to see right now is the first instance of them actually using magic in this run. Normally, most of the categories, we don't use any magic outside of what is required. In this case, we need fire in order to burn down these webs, otherwise it's like 30 hits to break them. But if you notice, the magic has this little targeting system on the little ring. And the thing being is, because this was designed with the 4 GBAs and being able to play in multiplayer with all your friends at the time, this game came with a unique system to its spells, in which you actually link your spells together before you cast them, in order to cast the stronger spells. So at the moment, he can only use fire with the Fire Magicite, but if you had 2 players cast fire at the same location, this will become Fyra. If you have 3 players cast the same location, this will be Fyraga. So that's where those spells actually come into.
It's like those rules differ if you play co-op and single player, and single player person is absolutely able to cast Fyraga by himself. You don't need 3 players.
Yeah, so the catch with that is that if in single player you can just collect multiple magicite of the same spell, and as long as it's in the same level, in this case, you can actually get all the way up to Fyraga on this map. But we don't really need it, because our melee power is going to be so much higher in this run anyways. The spells are just too slow for what they do at the time being. Their status effects can be useful, but really outside of the category intended for it, the Uke magic category, we're just going to be sticking to melee for as much as we can.
Also considering that Lilties are like the worst spellcasters, they are slow and their magic stat is the lowest, so that's not gonna be very effective.
Yeah, they're a whole half-second slower.
It's effective in some circumstances, in the sense that like, oh, if you burn an enemy, like your physical attacks will be stronger, but it's not worth it at all in this run, and it's not worth in a test either, far as I know, just because the burning doesn't last long enough.
No. I mean, even Armstrong there, the boss he just defeated in Taida, is very vulnerable to fire. You can light him on fire very early. And what fire does is it halves the enemy's defense, but makes them somewhat faster. And this would let us get off a stronger hit, but in the time it takes for us to light the boss on fire with a spell, we could have already done way more with just attacking it. In part due to guess, and in part also just because melee is more damage, just faster in a shorter time period, in most cases.
Yeah, well, it's mainly due to GS, right? Like, they have way too much strength right now, it's not balanced at all. They are not... Also, there's the thing that ratyu is encountering right now. That's a random encounter. The other players also encountered some. I'm pretty sure both of them all encountered at least once.
So, when it comes to the map encounters, some of them are fixed. This one right here with the goblin running by, or this has probably just happened for you guys, that's a random one. Those happen, it's on, like, Wob knows the specifics on that. But there are a certain number of encounters that happen regardless at fixed times, because they set up the storyline. And we're going to see some of them, but we skip out before anything bad happens in the story. It's a spoiler alert, this game's very tragic. So, in a run, we typically want to try and see as few random encounters as possible, and when it comes to the top tier of any % runs for this game, it really starts to boil down to getting good luck on these encounters. Because you will lose a surprisingly large amount of time as they begin to stack up throughout the run. I don't believe we have seen the worst...
Didn't Manaclaw get a PB with 0 encounters?
Yeah, well, the current roll record has 0 encounters, yeah.
Which
is basically perfect.
Stupidly ridiculous, yeah.
He lost like 1 minute in Avalanche. I think it's in Avalanche. He lost 1 minute, but he still got a massive PB world record just because no encounter is divine miracle, basically. It's very RNG. It's very luck based. Like, you have some players are very frustrating to that fact, because even if you make perfect execution in dungeons, you can be screwed up by pure RNG. There's no RNG manipulation about random encounters. There's no RNG manipulation at all in this game because it's too complex.
Yeah, I can remember during the time that I was running this game, the best event RNG I ever got was one time I got through the end of year 4 without any events, and I was like shaking because I felt so lucky. To get all the way through year 5 without any more, with the amount of overworld movement that happens, is insane.
Luck is an insane factor.
Ratyu right now is in Veolus Sluis at the moment. This is a dungeon we'll return to a second time later, because this is actually the only actually story important dungeon in the game. You have to go here at least once. And this is with low armor, this can be a kind of a tricky dungeon due to its gimmick of the keys being hidden in these little water spouts. You'll have to stand on a button or weight it down so that the water will rise up and the key comes out. In multiplayer, your friend could just stand on it, and in single player, we have to lay the chalice on it, which for us is being carried by Mog, our friend Moogle here for this run, which is the main reason why we... Yes. Mog loves to get stuck on objects. It's not fun. But in multiplayer, you wouldn't have Mog around. Normally, your friend, whoever's with you, would have to pick up the chalice, carry it around, and follow you with it. But the advantage of single player is that Mog can run as fast as we can. You're slowed down to a walk when you actually have the chalice. So outside of Mog getting stuck on things, single player just lets us run faster throughout the maps. Unless, of course, you're ratyu and can do sign glitch on yourself with 2 GBAs.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I would argue though that like, yeah, VLS is like very important to be able to even finish the game in year 5, but Lineary Desert is like the most important dungeon in the entire game because you can't finish the game at all if you never enter Lineary Desert.
Yeah, this is true. Lineary Desert and Veillu Sluice on year 5 are the only 2 truly required dungeons to beat the game. As long as those are complete, you're fine. The game itself normally expects you to... It's like,
yeah,
you have to think like... You can go ahead.
You don't need to complete Lineary Desert, but like the dungeon itself as the key to finishing the game.
The desert has an item that you must obtain in order to enter the final dungeon, and Veillu Sluice triggers a story point that if you don't trigger, you also can't access the part of the world you need to get to.
Yeah. Ratyu finished.
This should be the end of year 2.
Yes.
These years will start blowing by really quick at this point. This is when the run really just starts to take off. After year 1 is gone, it just kind of... Dungeons will pass by in just minutes.
I don't like year 2. I think year 2 is like... year 1 is fine because it's like your first year and the dungeons are fast. But year 2, you're pretty much stuck because you still can't use the Jagan River. You don't have any choices but to go up super far to do dungeons, which is like slightly annoying. Like Tida is absolutely not one of the fastest dungeons.
You have to go all the way away in order to do stuff in year 2 because the only options on year 2 that become available are Goblin Wall, which opens up immediately, Tida, Malshet Manor, and Veillu Sluice. And partway through the year, you can go back and do one of the dungeons you did in the first year, but this is all you have available, and it's not a large part of the world. But starting in year 3, we do have the Jagan River available, which means we can have wider access to a lot of the world.
And also, what is fun with year 3 is that you can also redo the first dungeons from year 1. Because they become available again, so that's a lot more freedom to route and more freedom to choose the fastest dungeons to do. I think Ratyu is going for Mushroom Forest 2 right now, since in his route he wants to do Mushroom Forest 3 in year 4. Yeah. So he needs to do Mushroom Forest 2 now because he needs 4 dungeons in between.
Yeah, Ratyu is using a different route than what I usually know, and I'm actually rather excited to see how he pulls this off.
I'm scared for him.
Mushroom Forest 3 is going to be dangerous.
Mushroom Forest
I love this Mushroom Forest sync we have right now. Cycle 2 and yeah, well, they're just in the same spot of the dungeon. It's fun.
Oh yeah, KillerOrcas is also doing Mushroom Forest 2, but he's using, I think he's in year 4 right now, so he probably did I think what KillerOrcas did and what VerySydney did too, in year 3 they did Riverbell Path 2, then Celebration Cave, then Demon's Court. I think that's the normal route.
Yeah, somewhat, yeah.
For that category. So they do Mushroom Forest 2 in year 4. Ratyu will do Riverbell Path 2 in year 4, and after that you will do Goblin Wall 2, and then you will do Mushroom Forest 3. And for the viewers, 1, 2, and 3, it's designing like the point of those numbers is to say like what cycle are the dungeons, and like 2 is more difficult than 1, 3 is more difficult than 2. They like I think it's O.D.W that said it. The dungeons become harder after you finish them. And
As
like,
you can see here, Ratyu is on Marlborough again, and it took still not very long to kill it, but it took much longer to kill it than it did last time.
yeah, the thing is, the game has a flat cap of strength. Like, yeah, sure, they have 95 strength, but it will never get higher than that. It can't go higher than 95. It's very high, it's the highest possible in the game, and it's not balanced at all for early dungeons. But it's not possible to go higher.
I suppose I should take a second to explain actually how the stats work, because the stats are kind of odd in this game at a first glance. You can in fact go to 99, but there's no real reason to do so, because all the stats in this game are effectively divided by 5 from what you see. It's every 5 points of that stat is effectively, say, an attack for your strength. Every 5 points of that is effectively 1 extra damage you deal per attack. The same applies for magic, the same applies for your defense. So anything only actually matters in 5s in this game. So we stop at 95, there's no reason to go beyond that. And it's worth noting that all the enemies also follow the same sort of system as well, when it comes down to it. But not knowing that the things are in 5...
I don't think enemies follow that very well. We don't usually know how much strength enemies have, but we know how much defense they have, and that doesn't really follow the same rule. Their defense rules don't follow our defense rules, so I would assume their strength rules don't follow either.
Fair enough. It is worth noting that the HP can go to half hearts. So whenever we talk about HP in this game, we either talk about specifically hearts, or when we refer to HP, it'll be twice the number of hearts you see.
That's
For the
true.
time being, Ratyu's just past the Jagon River. We're going to be seeing this place a good bit, because this is a... Tristan and his boat are going to allow us to get to other dungeons in the game, and will be required in order to get to the Linari Desert later. This is Celebration Cave, a dungeon I did not know that there was a path you could go to the right on until like a month ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was running the left path even on
funny.
80%.
That's always funny to say, because, like, I can't imagine you always going left. That sounds like hell.
Sounds
Every
like
single run I've done. Maybe. I did left because, you know, I started out running glitchless for this game, which is a trial. It is very difficult in certain regards. And you want to go left that way because you can get mithril drops, but we don't need any drops for this run, so we can go right and skip everything and take a faster route to the boss. I just thought the right path ended in a dead end, though. I entirely forgot this was here.
Yeah, it's just fun.
As you can tell, I'm a top tier runner of this game, as you might be able to tell.
Nah, the top tier runners are basically the people that are running right now. we are commentators. We know stuff, but
This is true.
we are not.
Ratyu
we
just
are not.
finished the cave worm. This is one of my least favorite bosses, just because of how its damage numbers are very high, and with the lower gas setups, will usually just take you down in one hit with how it goes. And it's unless he does the little vacuum suck attack, which does nothing but bring you close to him. He's very hard to get close to because his hitboxes are kind of funky. They will clip you in ways that are very disagreeable.
Well, in
Otherwise,
GS,
if he
this
just-
stuff is very easy with GS because at phase 2 of the boss, which is like alpha HP, he will systematically do the suck. So with GS, you basically only if you're unlucky against Sleepish Cave, against Cave Worm, you will get it only one time. That's if you're unlucky. If you're lucky, you will never get it against him with GS. Because you're so strong that you will get to alpha HP faster than him being able to hit you.
Yeah, I'd say for me personally, and maybe this will be true for others too, or maybe not. Cave Worm is probably like the first boss, at least when I was learning the speedrun, that I would, encounter. And it's not just like, okay, this boss might go faster, it might go slow. It's like, if it goes poorly, I'll like actually die and lose. It's not just like have to heal a lot. Because it's
Yeah,
like,
he's usually very hard. I'm just saying that GS completely cheeses the boss. That's like a GS exclusive cheese.
yeah, the armor is incredibly helpful.
Yeah.
And I mean the attack too, obviously, but
The strength. Yeah, if you don't have GES, the boss is way harder. Like, especially if you use magic. Like, it's a bit insane. He has a lot of HP and he deals a lot of damage. And he also does a lot of CC. So, like, it's a very destructive boss.
yeah, to add, the little enemies will stun you during the fight, which is a nuisance.
Also, yeah, I didn't even think of the enemies. Fortunately, at this point, I think your Collis is usually wind element, so at least you can resist being stunned by the magic, but they will still stun you if they hit you physically.
Right.
The cave worm is not the easiest boss, but in that task, I just like to cheese it. And with GES, RT runners can cheese it too.
So I guess, did we talk about the keys in Demon's Court?
No, we didn't. We didn't. You can go on.
Basically, yeah, the dungeon that Ratyu is in right now, Demon's Court, there's 4 potential spawn points for 2 keys that you need, so it'll be any combination of 2 out of the 4, and it's RNG, and obviously, like, some locations are better than others simply by being closer to the pedestals that we need to put the keys in. It's one of the few times where RNG actually comes into, like, dungeon routing, not just item drops.
I need to point out, Ratyu got the perfect test RNG for the keys.
Oh, nice.
So that's a bit funny.
I am back now. Somebody hit my router with a thunder spell.
Yeah, I just really wanted to be the one to explain the Demon's Court keys. That's why I did that. So.
Yeah, the keys are very fun, but you can lose a lot of time if you don't guess correctly where the keys are. Like, you can go at the other side of the dungeon and need to come back because there was no key. That's a bit sad sometimes. But yeah, Ratyu got perfect RNG.
Who wants to
His
explain
runs
this?
is going smooth. But yeah.
VerySydney is
What do you want me
having
to
a
do?
random encounter. Yeah, continue. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it's fine. Boss, what were you saying?
Oh, I was saying, who would like to explain the desert since KillerOrcas is there?
Oh, okay, I can do that. So, the desert is, this is Linari Desert, and it's a unique zone in the game because it's simply a single town and the one dungeon, although somehow encounters can still happen here. It looks very weird when you suddenly cut to grasslands and roads with your caravan in the middle of the desert. But Linari stands as the important part of the game because this is where we obtain the holy element, or the unknown element, for our chalice. This is going to require us to actually do the most amount of spellcasting we've done in the game yet. Throughout the game, starting somewhere around year 4, I think it is, you start to get hints of a poem from a traveling, just he's a wandering guy. He's a poet, and these are sort of big hints on what you're supposed to do here. If you're a kid like me, when I was first playing this game, you probably never figure out what any of this means, and you never finish the game without looking up a guide. But what he's doing at the moment is he's going to run through and kill a very certain order of monsters in order to get the spells we need in order to cast the combinations we'll have to do. The order is going to be to cast Thunder on the cactus up to the north, then to cast Gravity on a rundown tent, to then cast Fire on some standing rocks, to run all the way back to where the cactus are, to then cast right where you see these rocks are at that he just passed, to cast Blizzard on the smallest one to the largest one, then run all the way down to the south where a flower will now be, to then cast Holy on that to create the unknown element. The unknown element itself. So the unknown element, what it does is throughout the game they've been picking up these they've been setting the element of their chalice. This lets them pass through the miasma streams, which are around which you've split the zones off those forests with the the big spooky effects in the background. You have to have a certain element on your chalice to pass through them. The unknown element lets you pass through any of them, so now we can continue the run without having to worry about that. But most importantly, the final dungeon of the game is locked behind a stream that can only be accessed with the unknown element. So coming here is required, and when this opens up when the Jagon River dries up in year 5. But because we have to get across the river, after this we'll have to go to Veolia Sluice a second time. Or for the first time if you hadn't did it before, in order to bring the water back to the river so we can then cross. And that's really the full requirement to reach the end of the game.
Yeah, the short version of that is that Linari Desert can be a big pain because it's the dungeon that has the highest level of just technical, room for optimization of simply moving your character around the stage effectively, I might argue. People can maybe disagree, but there's just so much running back and forth across this huge thing with a bunch of enemies and trying to manage Mog getting tired with carrying the chalice, and it can either go really smoothly or way off the rails.
And the thing is that these runners, as you can still see with ratyu, still have a GBA plugged in, as this will let them use the mini-map as just an extra little feature. This is normally the map you'd have in multiplayer. However, this desert is amazingly featureless. You're going to lose your way if you're looking only at the screen, and the minimap is almost useless here, as you'll see, because it's so big, you basically don't even see anything on the map itself.
Yeah, it's a desert. It's a desert. It's pretty much that describes it.
I can't. Unfortunately, I don't have a childhood story of figuring this out, because when I got this game as a kid, it had the insert in the back to subscribe to Nintendo Power and get the free player's guide for this game. So because of that, I own 12 copies of Nintendo Power and the player's guide for this, and I probably just looked it up because I wanted to get through it. I was that kid.
Oh, I have a ton of Nintendo Power, but I never had the player's guide for this game for some reason.
I had it. Ratyu is getting pretty unlucky with encounters, But none of the encounters are too long, so I guess that's fine.
Yeah, this one's not too bad. It's a little long. Normally they have a chance of stealing stuff from you here, but I don't know the specifics on that. Usually they don't steal anything.
I don't think even if they steal, like right now they didn't steal anything, but even if they do, I'm pretty sure ratyu doesn't need anything in his inventory right now.
Yeah, we don't care if they do.
You only care like in old routes and like glitchless because they can steal your mithril and stuff, and you're like, no, my mithril.
Yeah, they can really ruin a glitchless run if you're like, if you're just skimming the line on the amount of stuff you have to just barely make it through. They just come by and steal that item you needed to sell to make cash to make ends meet. It really sucks.
Also,
No, I don't think we've seen it yet, but the worst encounter to see, perhaps, is the Leuda caravan. That's it's the caravan from the town in the desert here. It's just two Selkies, and well, they're great people and they're fun characters. Their encounter is like 30 seconds long, if not longer. It is such a time loss.
Yeah, you probably just jinxed it, though.
Yeah, KillerOrcas is guaranteed to get that encounter on his next spot. Thanks.
Well, he can blame me. His run's going too smooth anyways.
It's so fun to hate on that random encounter though. Particularly, like, obviously you don't want it because it's so slow, but what makes it like adding insult to injury is there's nothing even remotely interesting that gets said. Like, it's not even worthy of being called a conversation. They're like, hey, how you doing? Okay, see ya. But it takes 60 seconds.
So I want to commentate on what happened to ratyu. There's a like in most games, there's invincibility frames after you get hit. Not in this game. That's why sometimes the game can basically like 100 to 0 your health. That's because and that's what just happened to ratyu. He got CC'd and like 6 enemies started attacking him at once, and even with very high armor they will absolutely demolish you because they can't do less than 1 HP, which is alpha hard. So if you get it too much, you'll just die. And the front side of the door for the boss is very hard because you absolutely need to kill an enemy and then pick up a key and then put the key on the key pedestal to open the door. And there's a ton of enemies there, including mages, including ghosts, including the jellyfish. And like, if you hit the jellyfish by accident, you will get stunned. There's so much happening there that most runners will like die there 50% of the time. It's, even if you're good, it's too unpredictable, and there's no backup from it. Because if you're stunned, you can't eat food. So yeah, that's a very dangerous place, and ratyu died there. Fortunately, he had a phoenix down, so he resurrected. But yeah, that's why you have phoenix downs, because there's times you will die even if you're very good at the game.
It's worth noting Orcas just got what is probably the truly worst encounter in the game. A very, very long event where the striped bandits try to rob you. In a different way this time, where they blockade the road. So, yeah, that just happened.
ratyu is gonna start MF3, and like, I'm scared for him because the boss at at his second phase, which is at half HP, will systematically start to cast Blizzaga, which is very hard to dodge, and also deals a ton of damage. So that can be a big time waster. So I'm very curious on how he will deal with that.
Yeah, Blizzaga hits like a train, and magic in this game hits the same stat, but it's just because of the way the calculations work on magic, it can hit pretty hard, and coming from a boss, it's going to hurt. And with his low defense, I am actually very I'm ready to see what he does here.
Correctly, I think he has 30 defense right now, which is I think he will get I think Blizzaga will do 4 HP, which is 2 hearts or 2.5 hearts. But maybe my estimations are wrong because I'm basing it on my task, so that's hard to tell. But the big problem with Blizzaga is not only the damage; it's because it will freeze you, and if you're frozen, the other when you're frozen and you receive an attack, that attack's power is doubled. And in Mushroom Forest 3, the boss has 3 bodyguards that attack you. No, 3 that will attack you constantly. So you will have you can have a hard time, or you can be lucky. That's the gist of the game. Is execution is fine, but you also need to be very lucky on how things work.
Yeah, Ratyu is just getting slowed constantly here.
Yeah,
you already don't move fast, Scalus, but yeah.
He got a bit unlucky, and then he got he got steamrolled by multiple slows in a row.
And then Mog gets stuck on a wall.
That's a classic.
This truly is a Crystal Chronicles moment.
He got stunned here, and you might say why don't you just go around the monster instead of just walking on the monster? Well, that's because when you run, you don't usually plan on the worst possible scenario happening. When you're running with your character, you don't expect the monsters to get the worst possible places, but it can happen, and it will absolutely confuse you. It's basically being hit by confusion.
Alright, he cleanly got the ads down so he can stay on this side safe.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, he's setting up the boss. Oh my god, what the oh my god. Yo, I think he practiced it. I think he practiced it. Guys, I think speedrunners practice.
Speedrunners actually practice?
Oh,
that's what I've been doing
yeah.
wrong.
I'm a commentator. I wouldn't know anything about practice or preparation.
Oh yeah, that's very impressive to see speedrunners succeed at things they practice. That's very, and I think they too are very happy for what they did. So yeah, in year 5, the Jagan River dries up, and that's a bit sad because even if you have the Olai element from Lineary Desert, you still can't go to the end game because the river dried up. So the only way to put water back on the river is to make a gigantic detour up to Violus Lewis. And then you need to revive the water plants with life. And that's basically what VerySydney and KillerOrcas just did. They did Violus Lewis because they need the river to be back up.
Orcas right now is seeing the last fixed story event we will see in the game. This is the first meeting with the Black Knight, a character who's been mentioned a lot in the story up to this point. But we're not going to see anything else involving his story. This will be the only time we see him, because we're not going to finish any other dungeons at this point. We're headed straight to the end game. And the end game is going to go places that will definitely not be this. And as one other small last note when it comes to the Jagon River drying up, because of the way we do the run and how we skip actually finishing Lenari and just leave it when we get the element, your father sends you a letter telling you that the Jagon River dries up and he doesn't know how to fix it, but he hopes you'll be able to figure out how. And we get that letter just as we finish fixing Jagon River.
Look at ratyu. You got the event.
Oh yeah.
ratyu, just before going to Lenari, got the dreaded Selkie event where
Oh yeah,
basically
I'm
nothing
thinking now.
happens and so
So yeah, we've seen the two worst possible events.
that's really funny. I'm a bit sad for ratyu because he got very unlucky with these events, but yeah, like I think his execution was very good overall. Like he did a lot of slip-ups in year 4, but he also did a lot of absolutely great management. Yeah, so right now KillerOrcas and VerySydney are doing a straight line to the final dungeon. And that straight line has a lot of chances to get random encounters. So that might happen.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, year 5 is where you have the maximum chance to get random encounters because it just has the most overworld movement since you're running all over the place to finish the game.
Yeah, overworld movement is slow, so we try to route out as much of it as we can. We don't want to have to turn back for anything. We want to make straight paths to every objective we have to go to. And we even consider that in routing certain dungeons into the run, just how long it takes to actually go there.
Yeah, that was actually one thing that ratyu mentioned before the run got started. The different route of going to Mushroom Forest 3 instead of Mount Kalanda. One upside to it is you can get better stats overall, but one downside is it has, I think, at least one extra space of movement on the world. So you do run that risk of rolling the dice one more time on a random encounter.
I'm pretty sure, like, if his route is... Yeah, because he needs to take the wind element from River Belpat in year 1, right? In year 3, I mean, right?
I don't know.
So if you take the wind element without entering the dungeon, yeah, it's one more encounter space. But it's also less... It's overall less movement, but you have one more chance to have encounters.
Oh, I see.
So now that he's in Lenari, there's one more thing that I want to mention about the how doing all this spellcasting and fusing. This also means we have to open up spaces in our inventory, and if you don't have our active inventory, and if you don't have an extra inventory slot from somewhere earlier in the run, this means you're doing the desert without any Phoenix Downs on the bar. So if you just get quickly cornered out of the side and eat a hit with your really low defense and die here, you're going back to the start of the dungeon. And it is bad.
Wait, you just gave me a task route idea. What if I kill myself after finishing the doing Blizzard on the rocks? I will respawn at the start of the dungeon and I will be closer to the flower.
Oh, once the flower's already spawned? Maybe.
Yeah, you spawn the flower and then you kill yourself, so you're closer to the flower. Oh, I need to try that so hard.
I love that.
Yeah, go ahead and try it. The zoos, I believe, can one-shot you if you can manipulate that.
Just for the
no,
easy
no.
one-shots.
Tass will have better ways to die, don't worry.
KillerOrcas has entered the game's final dungeon, by the way.
Yeah, KillerOrcas started it. In older runs, you usually pick up random chest artifacts in the hope to get more strength. But with GS it's not necessary, so you basically just run down the whole dungeon without picking up chests. That's simpler.
Yeah. The Linge just becomes, since we don't need to worry about picking up any artifacts to shore up our stats at the end of the run, the Linge just becomes a war zone. We're just dodging attacks coming at us from all angles, and all of these will hurt extremely if any of them land.
Yeah, when you're running in glitchless, which was what my experience was in, the final dungeon it can kind of make or break you because like you have about a 1 in 16 chance of getting really, truly excellent RNG that makes you super duper strong, and then most of the time you'll get, or like half the time you won't get any strength, and you'll just have to reset the dungeon or basically accept that you're not world recording today.
Yeah, a mechanic that happens a lot in the game, but especially in Linear Desert, is that Mug gets tires, so you need to carry the Callus for Mug for some times, and then when Mug is feeling better, you give it back to Mug, and then Mug gets tired again. That's what happens often. And that's what's happening right now.
That's a strange little aside. The Mog getting tired is actually affected by the temperature of the region you're in. All these dungeons have a sort of internal passive temperature given. Lenore Desert is obviously very hot. I believe, I think Celebration Cave is listed as cold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's 3 cold dungeons and 3 hot dungeons, if I recall correctly.
If you were, casually playing this, you can actually visit a Moogle house and actually give Mog a trim so that he can actually go shave his fur down so that he doesn't get hot as fast in the desert, but that takes too much time for the run.
Fun fact, I actually routed it in a task, but I never did the task, so I never did it.
So right now, KillerOrcas is fighting Phase 1 of the Meteor parasite, which story-wise, lore-wise, this Meteor parasite is the source of all the miasma. It's all this poisonous gas is emanating from this thing that crashed out of the sky and is, ruining all of our lives. Phase 1 is really straightforward because you have this fixed camera angle and the boss never really moves or does anything all that threatening if you just stay in one spot. Phase 2 is only slightly more interesting, and then Phase 3 is really where the magic happens.
The magic in the sense that
Phase 3 is...
you're scared and you will die?
Right.
Yeah, where Bob brought up earlier in the run, where there is no iframes between getting hit, that will really start to show itself in Phase 3, as you will absolutely just get one shot with no chance to do anything about it. It is probably the hardest part of this fight and makes it so bad, aside from the fact that when you die in this fight, you can't skip the opening cutscene like you can with other bosses. You have to watch every cutscene every time. And if you die, you go all the way back to the start of the fight at Phase 1. So any death here, like full death with no PDs, is an extreme loss of time. And
yeah,
it's
you need
very,
to
very
have
challenging.
PDs. You can't not have PDs equipped in your inventory. That's suicide. You don't want
one
that.
Of the things one of the things they're also doing here is you'll see them not move a whole lot, because for all the phases of this fight, on the sides there are tentacles that will shoot magical attacks at you. And for the first 2 phases, we can avoid them by simply just staying right in the center and not moving at all, and they'll never aggro on us. For Phase 3, we can't avoid it. We have to. But if any of those just decide to shoot an attack at you and you get clipped by it, it's also going to wipe a lot of your HP bar.
In Phase 3, most runners take the time to kill the plants, so I think it's fine. In the sense that, you need to wait. You need to wait for the boss to become vulnerable anyways, so many runners will kill the plants in that downtime.
Yeah. That's one of the annoying things about Meteor Parasite, is that you can only hurt it so many times. It will, after it takes a certain amount of damage, it will go hide back inside of its shell. It does this in every phase, as you can see where it was just doing the big screen lasers. And this is just... It wastes a lot of time, and it's a lot of time to make mistakes.
It's annoying, like even when I test, like I'm still searching for a way to skip those waits, and I have yet to find something.
Yeah, if you, for phase 3, which Orcas is starting right now, if you consider each of the tentacles as like its own sort of attack cycle that's going on, there's basically 4 different attacks that are kind of cycling while this boss is going on, and it's just this dance of like keeping them in a sync that is conducive to you being able to constantly go in and attack without having to wait and dodge and stuff.
I was watching Killer and I'm surprised that his focus attack doesn't stun the plant, which is weird. Maybe I'm just... like, some focus attacks stun enemies and others don't. Interesting.
Yeah, that is one problem with Avalanche. But as you'll see with the like the lasers that it fires out, the explosions on the floor, the position of these are random. We have no way to manipulate them, so they can be right underneath you, nowhere close to you. And Meteor Parasite has the active ones that'll shoot out himself, and then there's just the ones that on a timer will just come up from the floor without any explanation. Just, you know, and those can click you as well. And the explosions can click you twice if 2 of them are close together, and that's just an instant down. And that's just getting unlucky. This fight is incredibly annoying, and I've lost a lot of runs to this fight alone.
Oh, it's definitely one that, as an early runner, it's one of the ones you have to set aside time to just practice, or your runs will just die here, and you'll be very sad because you're 2 hours into.
Yeah, but practice can do so much if you get unlucky. So now Ratyu is doing the plants. So we didn't really explain greatly what we are exactly doing here. Like, we are reviving the plants, but for that we need life magicite, and we need to revive the plants. Although I'm unsure that reviving the plants is necessary to revive the river itself. For RTA runners, the only way to complete the dungeon is to revive the plants anyways. So yeah, that's necessary.
Now, KillerOrcas has finished phase 3 of Meteor Parasite, so we're gonna enter the very bizarre endgame scenario.
I wonder if Ratyu will try the lizard on the thing trick. I don't think so, it's very unreliable.
Someone want
single
to talk
player,
about...
yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, does someone want to talk about the memory quiz?
Well, I think we can, like, I think, like, I'm not sure if we should wait for later because Ratyu is not there yet, or if we should, like, talk about it. Like,
I think it's fine. KillerOrcas is there.
Yeah.
So the memory quiz. So this is as you go through the game, all the little events you've seen on the road will give you memories. It's that little stat you see at the bottom. You can actually go back and look through your book and read through these little events written from the perspective of your character. And the thing is, when you get to this point in the game, we've entered the mind space here. We'll get to why in a second, but what's going to happen is that after a short little battle with 2 very dangerous enemies, we're going to get a quiz on 5 things that have happened throughout the game. It can be any of the events that happened up to this point, and for runners, the game is in your native language, it's pretty easy to know what happened. You kind of memorize these after a while. If it's not your native language, like it is for 2 of our runners here, you have to reference a sheet and hope you pick the right one. Every time you fail to pick the right answer, you will lose 1 memory, and you also have to fight the same 2 very difficult monsters. They're only difficult because they stun and they hurt a lot. And you only have to do 5 of these, but it's much faster to not have to fight, so we want to get every answer correctly. It's
not
also
the
just
same
long and filled with lots of
monsters.
cutscenes.
Like, each subsequent question have stronger monsters appearing if you fail them. Like, if you fail question 1, the monsters are weaker than if you fail question 5.
It's still the same type, though.
Oh yeah, it's the same, like, race of monsters.
They're just colossal in size with 5 bazillion HP if you get the last question wrong.
Yeah, that's a funny one.
I didn't know that for like years until like the first time it ever happened to me, and I had never seen that enemy model before, and I had a really funny reaction to it.
This part of the run is always tense for me because I really just don't want to mess up the questions. You'll see them take a bit of time when they actually start to come up to reference the sheet to pick the right one. It is not worth missing these.
Actually, I'm wondering, like, if you have a lot of strength and you just miss a question on purpose and you kill the monsters fast enough, is it a possibility that it's faster than doing the question right? I don't know. I never tested.
I don't think we've tested that.
Like, I think, because, like, if you get the question right, what happens is, like, Mio is doing a big animation and the door opens, but if you missed it, you need to fight the monsters and then the door opens by itself, so it really depends on how long the animations last. But it's, like, 95% certain that just getting the question right is faster. I'm just curious.
Yeah, always worth it to not assume things in speedrun routing and go ahead and test it even if it does seem counterintuitive, because sometimes you'll be surprised or you'll forget things or overlook something and then you try it out and you're like, oh,
it's great to have ideas. Like I said, often it's like, oh, you can have 10 ideas and like 9 of them will not work, but it's worth it to have 10 because the 10th idea will work.
I mean, reverse year 1 was almost a thing.
It was almost a thing.
I wanted that to happen so badly.
Well, I don't know if you followed like the test channel recently, but I made a test route that does a lot of reverse years, including reverse year 1.
Can someone tell me what ratyu is doing?
Ratyu? He's farming for Phoenix Downs.
Oh, yeah. I was starting to worry that I was somehow grossly off on the splits. I'm like, wait, what is going on?
The thing is, ratyu did a lot of slip-ups in the last 2 years and lost a lot of Phoenix Downs. Like, he died 2 times on VLS2, which is not very fun.
Because it's when the monster damage really starts to catch up to you and you're low armor, the last 2 years are really where you can start losing a lot of PDs, and you want all of them for the final fight.
Yeah, so that's why he's taking that's a safe detour. You don't usually do that, but if you're lacking PDs, like, if you're lacking PDs after VLS, actually the fastest, well, yeah, the fastest on your way would be the mines. You kill the first orc and you have a Phoenix down. You can also enter Mushroom Forest, but it's a bit farther in the overworld, so not as good.
Yeah, and it's probably definitely worth the safety for the sake of the relay.
Yeah. For the sake of the melee, you're not. You don't want to die on Meteor Parasite because it's an easy multiple minutes time loss, and you can even be in danger of not being able to finish the round.
Yeah, we all watched from the edge of our seats last relay as little Tomby took on the final boss with no Phoenix down, like a champion, and just did it first try like it was nothing, and we were all amazed.
Hey. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's that you're lucky or you can be very unlucky, and the last boss can screw you up without you having any control about it.
Yeah, the hitboxes are very questionable, we'll say, sometimes on the final fight.
Ratyu is entering the whole reason why we go to Lineary Desert in the first place. It's because this miasma is only passable with the unknown element, or the Olai element, whatever you want to call it. Very spooky.
Yeah. So as he enters this miasma stream, you may have noticed the giant carbuncle. They are in this game. There is a lot of lore they can give you in their little town Magmel to the side of Mount Valinge, but that also takes you returning here every single year for multiple years, and we're not doing that. This stream also lags the game extremely for some reason. I guess it's from the extra wall in front.
And this specific stream is like the most laggiest place in the game.
I'm still not, this is just a personal comment, I'm still not over seeing that 95 string. That just looks so nice. I'm used to seeing like a 61 right there.
It's absolutely amazing at first.
Yeah. Okay, well, I was just saying KillerOrcas will start the next boss fight, secret bonus boss fight that nobody expects. Well, when you play the game the first time, of course.
Yeah, they have this back and forth conversation that's going on right now, and to just sum it up, it's basically Mio is this, you know, stereotypical good kind of character, and Ryan, the boss here, is kind of bad, and they both subsist on memories to survive. The difference being Mio's like, I'm good and kind-loving, and I only nibble on small little memories that you were about to forget anyway, and just take what I need, whereas Ryan's like, I will consume all memories for massive evil power, and rah rah rah, and now we're gonna fight about it.
And the thing is, Ryan, it's not only that Ryan loves to eat a lot of memories, it's that he loves eating bad memories. He loves when people have suffered. And that's why he wants to protect the existence of miasma. Because he wants to eat bad memories. Because miasma is making people suffer.
Right, it's good that you mentioned that he wants to protect it. Like, what basically happened, if it wasn't clear, is like you're about to destroy the Meteor parasite, but just before you can deliver the coup de grace, basically Ryan shows up and is like, nope, and just teleports you away so that you can't destroy it.
Now that we're on the Ryan fight itself, if you run up to the boss quickly enough, like some of the earlier bosses in the game, his little ads won't actually manage to aggro on you in time. And so now we can kind of keep him in a loop of trying to hit us. But his attack comes out slow enough, we can just kind of dance in and out of attack range until we drain his HP down low enough to when he changes phase. And he may continue to do this attack when he reaches his second phase, but he also has the slightly better for time one where he'll fire 2 lasers, which won't hit you in melee range, so we can just keep attacking him. But Orcas has already taken him down. He didn't do anything different. Very clean fight.
Yeah, GES is very broken against the final bosses because essentially the final bosses are slightly easier than like Cycle 3 bosses, and 95 is the maximum strength that the game would allow, and like so they don't have a lot of HP. If you just know how to beat them, if you know the patterns, you'll beat them in like 10 seconds. They don't have a lot of HP.
Yeah, they're dangerous, but they're not that durable.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Meteor Parasite is arguably way harder than Ryam and Mimiroa. Mimiroa
Honestly,
has
I
like
agree.
Mimiroa has like one thing that can be absolutely destroying, but otherwise with GES you are so strong that you might be.
Also, fun fact, Mimiroa, the name of this final form of the boss, is literally just a combination of the letters from the names of the two characters that combined to make it Mio and Ryan become Mimiroa.
And they fuse together. Well, I mean, Ryan forced Mio to fuse with him, but yeah, it's a fusion. The Dragon Ball fusion, you know, that's what it does.
Yeah, this
This
is clearly the natural result of what those two things would look like if you fused them.
Yeah, like it's like Light Girl and like Abomination creates an abomination, I guess. Yo, KillerOrcas got great starting RNG. Oh no, I jinxed it. Shit.
I think the intended strat of this game, if you're playing it casually, is as you play or as you fight this phase, Mimiroa will summon these like memories of yours in bubbles. You'll see like your father or your sibling or whatever appear in this little bubble, and then when you cast magic on it, on the bubble, it'll like disappear and drop an item, and then some of those items will. Sometimes it'll make you invincible, sometimes it'll give you a powerful spell, and you're supposed to like use these things to help you withstand Mimiroa's attacks and stuff. But in the
spawning the bubbles are RNG too, and like Killer is like killing the boss way too fast for like. There's no time for bubbles, and also you don't have cure. So KillerOrcas basically won, while Ratyu is at last phase of Meteor Parasite. VerySydney is gonna start the last boss.
Yeah, so time is gonna be in like 2 minutes for Orcas, roughly, if I remember. There's one more hit to deliver.
Yeah, we actually have to finish off Meteor Parasite.
Am I free to talk? Can I do that?
Sure. How do you feel?
Ooh, that was stressful, baby. I'm glad I got it. I'm worried about Sydney. Sydney has no Phoenix Downs.
Well, yeah, but like, it would be a time loss. But I'm sure she will. She will do it eventually because GS will help her carry R.
For sure. But ooh, this is a scary situation for Sydney.
If she's unlucky, she will die in one shot, and then like.
At this point, everything Mimiroa hits you with will one-shot you outside of fists.
Exactly.
So either white laser or black laser will.
Oh, she's fine. She's winning. That's great.
Yeah, you know it's safe strat.
Safe strat. Safe strat is a strat, and she will do one cycle. There's no way she doesn't with GS.
Yeah, that's one of the major concerns. Like before we had the ability to use this glitch, and our strength couldn't be as high. One of the biggest things you worried about coming into last boss was whether you'd be able to, one cycle it or two cycle it. or have to 3 cycle it based on your strength, and lower end of the luck RNG would force you to take more cycles to kill it, but with 95 strength, it's not as much of a concern. Time will be very soon here for Orcas.
Yeah, KillerOrcas will deal the final blow to the Meteor parasite.
Maybe I won't. Ooh, and that's time.
It's funny because ratyu is trying to. Oh yes, do some moving.
You gotta do the focus attack for swag, man.
No, you need to cast a focus attack and let Mug kill the Meteor parasite.
That'd be a bit too much of a troll. Mog is able to cast magic if you charge focus attacks. Guess you could do that.
Nah, I think he can't in this specific situation because he isn't charged up. You need to charge up Mug to be able to make him cast spells, and I think in that cutscene, there's no way to charge him up.
I think Mog is actually gone for the last hit. If you just look around, he's not there.
No, he's absolutely
just leaves.
Yeah, that's so true. You turn
He's
around for a
absolutely
second and he's gone.
Oh yeah, in the cutscene he's not, but he's absolutely there before you deal the hit.
Does anyone want to actually talk about how this final fight goes with Memiroa?
Yeah, I can talk a bit about that. So Memiroa has 2 phases. The first phase is when he's up on his little pedestal, little long stick looking thing, right? And he's got 4, maybe 5 moves. One of them that I got hit by in Team Mog was the big laser. That one is very hard to dodge. It is pretty much an instant kill. There is a sound cue at the beginning that you can actually dodge it with, but haha, XD. The other funny one.
Time for Choco.
Congratulations.
Well, the first laser he does when you run towards him is actually great RNG. But if he decides to do a laser while you are trying to hit him, you're fucked. Yeah, you'll die.
The second one is you never want to see the second one. He's also got 2 fists that he can slam down, either the left fist or the right fist. It's cool because it will just hit you randomly sometimes. In my practice run earlier, I got hit by it, even though I was objectively further away than I should have originally been. So it's pretty funny. He's got one move that sucks in your memories. That's the move you usually want to see, because that is the freest move objectively to just keep on hitting him. He's got one where he fires at a little ice laser. You can just walk around that. That's all the moves. Yeah. So once you do enough damage to the claw at the bottom, then he'll go into his second phase, I guess, where he comes down and he will fire 2 forms of lasers at you. One is the black laser, which fires from the center, and then the other one is the white laser, which he fires from his arm. The white laser is what you want to see, because then you don't actually have to move from the boss location, and you can just hit him twice and then charge a focus attack. It's important to know that if you start charging your focus attack while he's firing, if you charge your focus attack before he fires the lasers, you will actually get hit and die. If you die during Memiroa, he will actually just go back up most of the time, 99%. I have seen it where he hasn't gone up, but it's random. He will pretty much go back up and you have to do it all over again. Once you do enough damage, then he dies, and it's a huge win for the Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles community.
So now ratyu is doing the quiz, and he has not. You can see like this. The practicality of GBA is that you can also see the stats. So you can see he has 97 strength, 34 defense, and 10 magic. He said he before the run started, he said he wanted 35 defense, I think, but sadly he missed it.
Yeah,
This is probably a good time for our next commentators to give a intro.
Hello, everyone. I am poorscythe.
Good morning or evening, everybody. I am Totalnonsense.
We hope you guys are enjoying the relay so far. We're looking at the beginning here of Final Fantasy II Pixel Remaster. This game's been available for just a little bit over a year now, but this is its first appearance in the relay. And there's some pretty significant changes here. Just a note to the crystal commentators, you guys got to jump in here, please let us know and we'll let you go.
There's going to be a whole lot of nothing going on for the next few minutes.
Okay, so there's a whole lot of interesting stuff going on here then. So we have our two runners so far. Deln for Team Mog, we have Talbrik for Team Choco, working their way through the beginning of the game here. They're mostly just going to be fighting a lot of random encounters on the way for money and to very specifically skill up their characters to raise the stats of specific weapons. Notably swords for Firion, which is the first character. If you're not familiar with the cast in this one, everybody has renamed their characters. And then Maria and Guy are the other two characters that are in their party right now. And they will primarily be using fists, mostly because it is extremely cheap. You don't have to spend any money in order to get them to skill up and do a lot of damage to enemies. And I just want to make one quick note for everyone. So, I mean, many of the Pixel remasters have recently released or have recently received a patch from Square Enix, and Final Fantasy II is no exception here. But due to the really late delivery of this patch, the runners, with management's permission, have decided to run on the older patch at this point, because this newer patch that just came out on Monday kind of disrupted the dominant strategy we were using to make our way through the game. So for the moment, these guys are just going to be punching through and completing a quick side quest to prove their worth to the Rebel Alliance. I hope you guys were paying attention to that quick cutscene at the start. But if not, we'll have a chance to explain it later.
Yeah, the general gist of this is there's an evil emperor who is summoning demons from hell and has been slowly taking over the world, and we were the latest city, I guess, that he has come and conquered, the city of Thin. And so now we've all kind of working to join a rebel alliance, if you want to get some Star Wars in it. But that's kind of where we're at right now as far as the story goes, is our whole town just got nuked. So and as far as that the patch goes, I don't know who had the old files on their computer left, but I think we're all pretty happy that they kept them and didn't have automatic updates on for their Steam.
I don't know, I mean, I was kind of looking forward to seeing them try to run this, but I completely understand why they made the decision that they did. I mean,
It would have been absolute chaos, I'll give you that, for sure.
I know, I had popcorn ready to go, even though it's only 7 in the morning for me.
I've been talking to both Foxy and Jira, or Foxy and Talbrik, and just watching them trying to reroute in real time was the best part of the middle of my week.
Oh, I mean, I booted up the game for the first time on Monday after the patch. The first time since I had last played it in December. And I was like, just so curious about all these changes that had come along here. So, we'll get a chance to explain that a little bit later on. So for the moment, I mean, we are just specifically skilling these skills because we'll be using certain weapons later on in the run. You're not going to see the runners skilling much in the way of magic. They will be grabbing some spells, but they really won't be doing any skilling with the spells. And to quickly explain the skill system in this game, there is no experience levels. Characters do not gain experience levels like a traditional Final Fantasy game here. All of their individual attributes are affected by the actions they take in combat, and the skills that they develop are based on the use of these actions. So they will very carefully manipulate that over the early portion of the run while they're getting these random encounters by taking a specific number of attacks with certain characters on the enemies, and also just collecting the money that these enemies drop, so that we can eventually obtain some supplies later on. We're a little money hungry in the early game. We have Deln entering the first real dungeon here, Summit Falls. So he'll be working through this one and probably grabbing 1 or 2 chests of money on the way here. But they'll just continue skilling through this dungeon. Most of the skilling will be done through this early portion here, probably in the first 15 to 20 minutes. And then the rest of the skilling will probably happen as they encounter the boss fights throughout the rest of the run. Right now we're just punching some goblins. They actually happen to have quite a lot of money, so they are pretty lucrative to take down.
Just chime in quickly to say that was a pretty smooth run fight for ratyu there.
And he basically did no mistakes, so it was very smooth. Let's see if it goes well for Meteor now.
I didn't notice exactly how many Phoenix down ratyu has, but I'm guessing it is a small number based on the detour to minus 30.
I believe he lost 1 or 2 in Meteor Parasite, so he should have either 1 or like none-ish, I would assume.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot. He lost, sadly, he lost 2 in VLS 2, so it's he lost probably way more than he wanted, or that he planned. I think nobody got. I think VerySydney had the best encounter RNG too. Start of the game, ratyu had the best encounter RNG. Then, starting at year 4 or 3, he started to have every encounter imaginable.
Yeah, Ratyu's early game was super smooth on this, but the RNG really started to not favor him towards the end. I got faith in him though. I think he can take this final fight without it being an issue. He did everything else up to this point so nicely.
Yeah, he's pretty good with boss fights in general.
Meteor only has the one line of dialogue or speech, I think, and I know when in the English version, I believe it translates into "I will never fade." It's very ominous.
Technically, he has 2 lines, one at the start of the battle and one at the end, but I don't know what they are.
I think
it's been so long since I played English, I don't remember.
Something like that.
Yeah, he doesn't want to die, basically. He just doesn't want to die.
I mean, who does? To be fair. If I were a Final Fantasy endgame bot, I would also not want to die. Very clean Meteor fight from Ratyu.
The fun thing is, at the end, Mio says that they can't die, they just fade, and they come back later. So, I guess they still can come back. But at the dismay of Ryan, when Ryan will come back, the Meteor Parasite will not be there anymore, so he will need to start a new diet of great memories instead of bad memories.
Oh, if I've learned anything, I really need to start doing that pause buffer on Memiroa, because I don't do that.
It's not necessary, but it definitely helps. Yeah. So I mean,
Yeah,
this
well-
is pretty much the end of Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. Now, if you do want to pick up this game did have a remastered version on latest consoles except for Xbox and PC. It's on mobile devices, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, and PlayStation 5. It's a great game casually if you want to play with friends. The speedrun, it's usually hit or miss. It's a very chill speedrun. It's not like very intensive. There's a lot of like time in between, so it's a nice game to chill and speedrun with.
It's
But
chill, but
happy-
it's hard. Don't expect to finish your first runs. Like,
Usually how it goes, right? Final Fantasy
Like,
endgame
it's-
bosses are always difficult, it feels like.
Yeah, the combat in this speedrun is deceptively difficult. Like you watch them just kind of run through and do their thing, but there is definitely a learning curve to all the different patterns and timings of the enemies, and it is not uncommon to get your tail kicked early on in learning
The
it. So
endgame
don't
bosses
get-
are
just have
genuinely
nothing.
very difficult and require a lot of practice. But it is definitely still a good game to pick up and run. It's very easy to get into. We have a lot of guides on our speedrun.com page for both GameCube and remastered version. All remastered versions are runnable except for you could run on mobile, but at that point it's a little bit of a meme. So whichever version you have it on, GameCube or remaster, we definitely have guides for all of the different categories and all the both versions of the game.
And if you're interested, I mean, you can drop by the Discord, because we're always in there very ready to help people learn how to run this too. We need more runners.
Well, that was time for ratyu.
Yeah, I have had a lot of fun. This is always a great event. Best of luck to the teams moving forward, and yeah, everybody have fun. Stay safe.
Yeah, best of luck to Final Fantasy II. It's my favorite mainline Final Fantasy.
Good luck, Final Fantasy II gamers.
yeah,
I think
good
you're probably
luck.
the second person that has ever said that.
Thank you for thank you for watching, everyone who watched, and have fun with the next run.
Thank you guys to the FF Crystal Chronicles runners. GG's to everyone.
Yeah, GG's everybody.
So that looks to put us with about a 16-minute lead, 16 or 17-minute lead for Team Mog at the moment, with Team Choco just only a minute or two behind Team Mog right now. So we have everybody here and ready to go here. So Foxy is just going to be going through the quick intro. All these Pixel remasters added a short introductory cutscene before you get into the gameplay. Usually not too bad, honestly. I don't mind them because they're a chance for you to like walk away, grab some water before you get started. But there's a very quick opening battle where we're fleeing from Imperial forces, and we cannot win that fight. So we just pass our turns and then end the fight. And then members of the Wild Rose Resistance found us while they were also fleeing from their capital of Finn to the remote town of Altair. They say it's remote, but it's really like a 20-second walk away. But I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on there in terms of their geography.
Yeah, I've never quite understood the map of this game. None of it really makes that much sense to me, but whatever. You know, it was Square's second Final Fantasy game. I guess we'll cut them a little bit of slack on that.
We have a question from the chat asking about how long is this run? It can be probably from around 2 hours 20 minutes to 2 hours 30 minutes for most runners. A new world record was just set yesterday, I believe, by the Japanese runner Shigeru with a time of 2 hours, 14 minutes, and I believe 1 second. So he just barely missed cutting 2:14 with that. But he's been hard at work on it. But Shigeru is a monster. I don't know where he came from all of a sudden, but he's been dominating all of the very early pixel remasters very recently in terms of getting great times and world records. I know he plays 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't know if he plays 5 and 6 yet. It wouldn't surprise me to learn that he would be working on those in the future.
No, and I think that the pixel remasters were a great just injection into the early Final Fantasy game community, because we've seen a lot of folks come out of the woodwork and start picking these up and playing them, even if they're not, heavy grinding them out. It's nice to see, pretty decently populated leaderboards for all of them so far.
Yeah. So I believe in last year's Relay we had the PSP version, which has been, until this release, the fastest version. And then this version now has a number of changes which have made it even faster, in spite of the fact that they removed the Snowcraft minigame that we were heavily abusing in the prior version to get a ton of money so that we could grab a bunch of teleport tomes and spam that on unrunnable encounters. But our primary strategy is actually pretty similar. It's just how we're able to get our resources and everything. It's just a little bit different this time around. So we'll primarily be skilling up either swords or fists and shields on characters. And then in terms of fighting encounters, we'll either just be meleeing them, or our other options are to be using teleport tomes in a couple of limited instances, or fire tomes in a couple of limited instances as well. We have used those so much more in the PSP version because we were able to get the money from the Snowcraft minigame. But since we can't do that here, we actually have to fight enemies to acquire money and pick up chests along the way, just so we can have things to sell, and then hope for some big money drops from the later bosses like the Lamia Queen. But the early game here is mostly just we're going to be getting as much money as we can so that we can take a stop in Salamand and get a number of tomes that we're going to need to be able to handle the mid-game bosses that are coming up after that. There's quite a few stages in terms of how the speedrun is going here. Because the early game is we're just punching to get money until we can get the Sleep Blade that we'll be obtaining in the Dreadnought, and then things change pretty dramatically after that. So if I'm not mistaken, the very first run I saw of this when it came out a year ago. It's hard to believe it's already been almost a year since this game came out on PC. I mean, 1, 2, and 3 came out and have been available now for a full year. So it's just a lot of fun to have an accessible PC version of these games now, even if they've been completely changed from the original versions. So I did mention that,
isn't the FF2 like NES run you abuse something about being poisoned and you have to listen to the god-awful beeping the whole game?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I haven't watched like an FF2 run in a while. But I mean,
there are a couple of folks around who will do like the full FF run all the way from like 1 through 15, and every time 2 comes on, I'm just like, please, I love you guys, but I've got to mute this. I can't listen to this beeping for 2 hours.
Oh, that's right. Trittons were calling us. So you leave characters poisoned in that version so that you can heal them with a potion, and doing that advances the RNG so that you can skip encounters. You can skip encounters. We can't skip encounters. They also have completely removed the step counter that was used in the GBA and PSP version specifically. Because, it was... If you took a very specific number of steps in those versions, you could very reliably predict when you would get encounters. In this version, that has been removed, and now there's just a range of steps from your previous encounter until you get the next encounter. And there's one quick caveat that if you happen to transition on the tile where you would have gotten an encounter, it will actually skip that encounter. So there will be times where it looks like our players may be doing a longer run than normal between encounters. That just means they probably hit the encounter that they get the step that they would have probably gotten an encounter on when they were transitioning into the next area. And then, yes, we have a question in the chat about how it looks like hornets are still doing poison on everything. So there is a very notable property of this run that was very recently patched. So enemies and allies that have on-hit status effects have a 100% chance to apply that so long as they land their attack. So if enemies have a chance to poison us, if they attack us and they manage to hit us and not miss us, then yes, poison will be applied, and that applies to every status. That applies to death, paralyze, sleep, you name it, silence, everything. And that was a key feature of the run, because we will notably be picking up 2 very powerful swords along the way, the Ancient Blade and the Sleep Sword, and heavily abusing that on bosses in order to inflict the sleep and curse statuses, which allows us to essentially stun-lock the boss and also lower their defenses and their attack values to make them much weaker and easier to kill. But this recent patch that came out on Monday actually broke that after it being the de facto style for this speedrun for over a year. So our runners had very little time to adjust to that, and as part of the process of this, we realized that it wasn't really fair to the runners, and with permission from the relay organizers, they agreed to patch down just to make sure that this would be easier for the runners to run through.
And you'll notice Deln is on the river a lot. Anytime that we're able to be on rivers, not ocean tiles, but river tiles, you actually don't get encounters there. And so there will be a few times throughout the run where it may seem weird to be taking a longer route, but you actually don't get an encounter if you're in the river going with your little canoe.
Yeah, there's airships, there's canoes, there's boats. You don't have direct access to boats and airships at the beginning of the game. You actually have to stop into merchants to purchase rides between locations and pay money to do so. So we will get access to the boat and the airship much later in the game. The airship is offered by our very famous Sid, as this is his first appearance in the series. We have Foxy is now into the first dungeon Summit came here. We are tasked with obtaining Mithril so that we can provide stronger weapons and armor to the resistance forces. It is being mined by the people of Salamand here in Summit Falls. So we just have to traverse through that and then defeat the sergeant boss at the end who is guarding a chest where it is held, and then take that back to the resistance folks here. So that is the gist of what's going on Jira's screen. And meanwhile, Deln's making his way towards the snow cave here. And this would be the key moment where we would start to abuse things in PSP. Because as soon as you get on to the snow area here, once you've obtained the snowcraft, you can traverse this area of the map. But there was notably a very prominent mini game that you could play while you were on the snowcraft here, which would allow you to, and it was an easily abusable game, so you could very easily cheese it and win to get tons of money. And then we would use that money to buy tons of teleport tomes and fire tomes, and use that to just handle the random encounters that we got from that point on. And surprisingly enough, many of the bosses in this game are highly vulnerable to teleport tomes, so, I mean, we would just spam that mostly to get through the game until we got the blood sword very later on, and then use that for the rest of the run. And Deln's got to make his way through that snow cave here. Talbrik currently in Salamand, so he's on his way back.
And you'll notice our fourth character is kind of changing throughout the run. Eventually, we will get a final fourth party member, but for the most part, it's kind of a band of mercenaries as we go through of just bringing different people in and out. Foxy has the white mage Minwu from the main town that we started in. And then Deln and Talbrik both have, well, I think Talbrik is picking up Joseph right now. And they will, we'll see our party change a little bit throughout the run, but it's a nice way to inject a little bit more story than the first Final Fantasy had. If you have ever played or seen that game casually, it's pretty bare bones, it feels like, at least in what you're interacting with directly. In this one, you see a lot more, for me at least, story coming through in your regular interactions.
Yeah, this game features a keyword system, essentially, in dialogue. So there's a couple of specific NPCs that you will have to talk to, and you may notice when talking to them, there are highlighted terms. Anything that you see highlighted is typically something that you can then learn, and then you can essentially visit another NPC or a location and ask that keyword to the person to advance the plot or get more information. Some dialogue is optional, some is required. So they have to go, essentially, collect keywords at certain points in order to be able to advance the plot here. And that's a considerable difference from the original FF1, where the plot was essentially set out at the beginning of the game, and nothing really changed at any point after that. One note for Deln. Deln just took a quick detour in Snow Cavern to pick up an Antarctic Wind. It's a really powerful item which can be thrown to do a ton of ice damage to an enemy. We're actually not going to be using it on an enemy that's vulnerable to ice, though. We'll be using it on a random encounter that we get from a specific chest later on, in order to just quickly take down most of the enemies in that fight, so that we can finish off the rest. Deln is continuing to fight encounters and skill cave in Snow Cave. Snow Cave is probably the most lucrative place in terms of enemies, and has probably the highest rank of enemies that we're going to be able to very casually access and fight in order to gain skill levels for our characters. So we'll just continue to fight most random encounters through Snow Cave, and then after that we're going to stop and switch our tactics to running away, because we won't need as much money anymore after this. We have to be a little careful on Jira's side. These balloon enemies, aka the bombs or grenades that you might see, are pretty lethal in this version and have a very high likelihood of exploding during their turns. So enemy ambushes are very dangerous, and just in general, like, dying is very common in this run, especially if you're just unfamiliar with this game. I mean, death is a very prominent theme in this one. It's kind of a depressing story, but the enemies and their attack choice and the 100% status application means that there's going to be probably a bunch of game overs. But thankfully these games have auto-saving and quick saving, so that tends to minimize the amount of damage and the amount of time loss that people will be experiencing.
Yeah, the introduction of both of the quick save and autosave make it a much more forgiving run. You're probably not going to lose a run to almost anything. There are a couple of things you can do. Trust me, I've done it. But by and large, you just die. You pick it up at the start of the floor you were currently on, and then you just keep rolling through.
Oh yeah, I mean, so Deln is going to be fighting this chest encounter here to pick up an ancient sword. We picked up a fire tome earlier, so we could just throw it on these undead enemies that are guarding the weapon. And he's going to grab that. He'll be using that on the next boss, the Adamantus. Oh, this is a 6th enemy grenade encounter. That's a very dangerous encounter.
Very lucky. Being able to get the flea out before, anything popped off.
Yeah, I mean, like, an ambush there would have been almost certainly a game over.
Yeah.
Or a very high chance of being a game over. Deln has made his way through the beaver room.
Foxy is going into that first boss fight that we have with the sergeant.
Oh yeah, this is the first boss of the game here, Sergeant. Not a very difficult enemy. I believe it has 420 HP. We'll mostly be doing our damage with Maria and Guy, who have been leveling fists. Varian may just attack to add a little chip damage here with his swords, just to gain skills. And Minwu is mostly there as support. Minwu is honestly probably one of the biggest helpers I mean, in terms of guest characters you can get, they give you this guy who's got a whole roster of spells here right off the bat. He's got more HP than your characters have, has life and cure. I mean, he will carry your party in the early game, and he's very, very valuable.
Yeah, you have to, refrain from the urge to just let Minwoo help kill a bunch of things, because you do have to, abuse the leveling system a bit to get Fury and Maria and Guy leveled up. And get those fists punching harder.
We didn't even talk about one of the most prominent new additions to this game with this version is the auto battle system. So that greatly speeds up all the on-screen action while auto battle is active. It will automatically reissue the same commands that you previously did. If you can't repeat the same command for whatever reason, it will default to attacking with your characters, which is pretty good for us because that's generally what we want to be doing in the early game. So, and there's a toggleable option in the configuration that allows you to continue the auto battle if you want to turn that on. So that if you happen to have auto battle on at the end of a battle, it will be on by default when you start the next battle. It's pretty much runner preference if they want to turn that on or not. I personally like doing it.
Yep, and Deln is moving into the Adamantoise fight.
So again, he's primarily going to be punching here. He also wants to be trying to land the Ancient Blade to get a curse status on the Adamantus, so that the Adamantus will take lots more damage from our attacks and also will deal less damage himself. Doesn't look like he was able to land it though. Oh, looks like he's now landed it. So that should make this a much quicker fight overall. But unfortunately, Maria has died, which is not great because he may have been trying to skill her here. And we don't tend to have a lot of recovery items in terms of Phoenix Downs or anything at this early stage. So Maria may be sampling the dirt here in Snow Cave for a little bit longer before we get back to town. So we had to defeat the Adamantus here. Just to pick up this Goddess's spell, it's a key item that we will need to be able to access the next location that we'll be going to.
And something that you'll notice as the run goes on, you can actually see the different weapons kind of get swung for Furion as they're used. Being left-handed or right-handed actually matters in this game. And so whichever handedness the person is, which the three main characters that we have right now are all right-handed, that's where you want your most important weapon to be. If you're trying to apply a status effect like the Ancient Sword with Curse, you want that in Furion's right hand because he's actually better with the sword in that hand. Which is, Square was trying a lot of new things with this game, and some of it I think works really well, and some of it is kind of funky and counterintuitive to the way that we have grown to understand how to play an RPG. But I really that's part of what I love about this, is they were just trying stuff and trying to have fun with it and see what they could do in the genre and in the series.
So if you guys blinked and missed it, we had Talbrik went through the beaver room here in Snow Cavern. It's a free room where there's just a bunch of beavers here. And specifically our character Guy is able to speak beaver and interact with them. But we don't need to do that in the speedrun because all they will tell us is where the false wall is in order to head to the next room. So we actually don't talk to them. We kind of miss out on that.
Guy was raised by wolves and then kind of adopted by Maria and her family. So I still don't know exactly why he was wandering about in the woods raised by wolves, but it leads to some fun beaver interactions.
Oh wait, no, that's right. We have Talbrik was able to pick up a life tome here and teach that to one of the characters, so we actually did have a recovery option. We do stop in Salaman. Salaman does sell life tomes. They are fairly expensive at 1,000 gil though, so we don't tend to have a lot of money to be able to buy a ton of them in the early going, but it's a great recovery option. And notably, one really nice feature of life spell is you can actually full party target it here, so you can res more than one character with a single cast.
my mind was blown when I realized that. I didn't know what was happening. I just automatically was, healing my whole party and hit life and did the same thing. I was just like, oh, what? You mean I can, that's amazing. And like the run was changed for me forever on that day.
Yeah, there's a lot of little things that people have to just sort of learn about this game. This is by far the easiest version of the game to pick up and run. Because it's fast, and B, it's not super complicated of a game. I mean, if you're not familiar with the casual storyline, you might be a little confused about where to go at certain points, but it's not too bad. The 100% status application gives you an advantage in boss battles, in which you are able to land your attacks on the bosses, which is nice. And then one massive change they have changed is the extremely complicated list of enemies and what you can and cannot run from has been almost completely eliminated in this version. So now about 98% of random encounters are completely runnable, including all the dumb Lamia queens we used to run into in various locations. So we don't need to even spam like teleport times like we used to have to do in order to be able to get through everything, because almost everything is runnable. There's some very specific encounters in some late game locations that are not runnable for whatever reason. We don't know why why they're still flagged as unrunnable when so many other
chaos.
Yeah.
Chaos, just to mess with us. That they let you go through the whole game, and at the very end they're like, haha.
They did much the same in FF1 Pixel remasters as well. Many of the unrunnable encounters there were changed to be runnable. So, I mean, for whatever reason they changed that. I mean, they've changed all the row mechanics in this game so that now they reflect many of the later FFs. Previously, I mean, if there was if you had a character in the back row, the only way they could attack was to use bows or magic spells, and they've gotten rid of that. So now it basically just functions as like an attack and defense reduction if you're in the back row. And you can freely configure and put people in the front and back row now. You don't actually have to have a character forced into the front row at all times, like you do in PSP. So just a lot of little mechanical changes under the hood have been made to this version. Foxy noting that Maria is having difficulties today. Maria often has a lot of difficulties in this run. We don't tend to gain a ton of HP on our characters, and Maria starts with the lowest amount of HP. And typically speaking, she has the lowest chance to like survive random attacks, which means that she's not going to be alive at the end of combat, which means she has the lowest chance of getting heal ups at the end of combat. So
yeah, it's unfortunate. I feel like Maria's always like just right on the edge of having enough health to not have to worry about it, and you never really get over the hump where she's just one hit away from being dead, and you just kind of have to manage that as you run through.
I mean, all the characters in this game are blank slates. You are free to build them however you want. They don't have set roles. They don't have set jobs or anything like that. But they do start with like specific equipment, which may suggest what the role would be for them. And the stats between their starting are different. So I mean, just in general, I mean, Maria starts with more MP than the other characters. Or at least she did in other versions. I don't know if she does in this version. It looks like they all start with 10 in this one. But she starts with lower HP, so it's going to take more effort to level up her HP compared to other characters. Let's see, where is everyone at this point? We have Deln and Cashew and Keep here. So he got the goddess's bell so we can come here. And we picked up Gordon along the way. We'll be grabbing the Eagle's Torch that is at the end here, because we need Sunfire to be able to defeat the Dreadnought that has been plaguing the Empire, the Resistance. And if you're not familiar with the story, don't worry, you're not the only one. I mean, it takes a while to get to know the story of this game. I wouldn't really want to spoil it for new players that are coming along. We're just trying to use it to give you guys an idea of where they might be in the story at this point. But we're still in the early portion here. Deln has now switched to running away from encounters because we no longer need a significant amount of money to be able to afford supplies, and we're just trying to get our way to the Dreadnought as quickly as possible so we can pick up the Sleep Blade, and then we can really start abusing that.
Yeah, and this is where the auto battle mechanic will carry over what you had in the last battle, so he's just able to keep flaying and keep flaying. The problem will come is if there's an ambush and he wipes, and if you're not paying attention, you may go ahead and hit auto battle, and it's just going to set you right back to attacking because that's what the game automatically thinks you should be doing. So you can kind of catch yourself in later parts of the run that way. Instead of running from a fight that will almost assuredly kill you, you get stuck fighting them again, and then you have to get out, re-heal, and keep rolling. So
it's not as dangerous in this part of the run, but yeah, it's definitely a consideration you want to think about for future runs, or for later dungeons especially, because the enemies there can just be very brutal. It looks like all of Deln's characters are currently blinded, but we do not care because we are not attacking right now. So that is not really any consequence to us. Talbrik is entering here. He just used the Goddess' spell to get into the dungeon, so he's in the same dungeon as Deln. Deln's just a few floors ahead of him at this point. So at the moment, yeah. They're maintaining their lead. Team Mog is maintaining their lead right now. And Foxy's doing his best to just catch up. Foxy is heading to Salamand here. He's going to recruit Joseph and go pick up the Snowcraft, and then he's going to have to dive into the Snow Cave to pick up the Goddess' Bell.
Yeah, Foxy is working through that first set of a really big buy, and then hopefully doesn't run into too many issues getting through that cavern.
We have Deln fighting Red Soul here. So this is the first boss, and the entire reason we really have to skill at least one or two characters with physical attacks. Red Soul is completely immune to all spells, the only exception being Holy, which is not accessible at all in a speedrun setting. So we our really only recourse to deal with Red Soul is to have someone physical that. It was guarding the Eagle's Torch, and then we have to use the Eagle's Torch to move the Sunfire from the entrance of Cashman Keep to the Torch, and take that with us to the Dreadnought. That is the next location that Deln and Talbrik will be visiting. So we still have Foxy grinding and getting money over here. And one key feature you'll notice here that has been patched out, if you're paying really close attention here, is Furion actually has two swords equipped, and he's able to attack, and then part of the auto battle means that his second attack, he's able to attack and kill one enemy, and then his second attack is able to wind up the swing and attack another enemy. That was like a huge grinding advantage to using two weapons with a single character. That has unfortunately been patched in the most recent one, so that you will take two swings and they will be guaranteed to go on the same target regardless of whether or not one swing would have been enough. It was completely unique among all the FF games because as far as I know, no attack redirection worked like that for any other character, for two-handed weapon characters in any of the other games. So it's a little unfortunate that they took that out, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Fortunately, I think most of what was changed in the latest patch isn't too bad. I think it'll be pretty easy for everybody to reroute and keep a similar feel for the run. It's nowhere near what happened in the FF4 patch or anything like that. So, I think that you'll see a lot of the guides and everything that were out and were useful for the last year to be updated fairly quickly once the reroute finishes. So if you're interested in getting into the run, absolutely, 100% jump in. I don't think it's going to be that crazy of a change.
So here's the key item that we're picking up here on Deln's side. You can see with T-Mog in the upper right corner, he is fighting this chest to be able to pick up a sleep sword. So if he lands attacks with sleep sword, it will apply sleep to the enemy with 100% accuracy, which is a great way to stun lock the bosses. I kind of stumbled on this in my first casual play of the game when it first came out and realized that it was essentially completely locking bosses down and was incredibly powerful for that. So it took a while for us to be able to incorporate that and realize that and just incorporate that in the run because we had to find a way to get through that random encounter safely with our party. Before we realized that we could throw the Anarctic Wind on it, I used to melee that fight, and I would have to just manually target the casters in the back, because the casters were the ones that could cripple the party, and then just work through all the different enemies here. And it was dangerous, to say the least. Everything here can just be dangerous if you run into them in just the wrong manner here. So we've got enemies that are paralyzing Deln's party here. That's 3 characters paralyzed. So he's really hoping that he doesn't get like a full party paralysis, but it's totally possible. I mean, there's not a lot he can do here other than just wait until he gets a way to run.
Yeah, for me, when I was learning to run, this was the first part where I was like, oh, you can actually die to stuff now. This is in Dreadnought was when I really had to start paying attention and making sure that I, was topped off.
Yeah. This place is a nightmare in the speedrun because he just ran away from some bomb-looking enemies, and those can be just a pain in the butt. These
and the curls can stun lock you and kill a run or kill a trek through a floor.
So Deln is really hoping to avoid ambushes here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we should probably make note on Talbrik's side. Talbrik is visiting the lone Chocobo forest in the game. This is the first appearance of the Chocobo in the entire series. They appeared before Moogles and before Tonberries. So they are the de facto mascot. So we got Team Choco on a Choco. And there's no encounters on the Chocobo here. So you could go anywhere. And actually most of FF2's game world is actually a contiguous landmass, so there's only a handful of destinations you cannot reach with the Chocobo. But unfortunately, once you dismiss the Chocobo, you have no way to get back to it, and you have to walk back to where you're going. Either that or you have to save Scum, because...
Yeah, we're just casually, sneaking our way onto an airship using somebody else's credentials, even though we look nothing like the Empire. But, that's evil regimes for you, I guess. Everybody's just doing their job and not noticing the fun, colorful outfits we have compared to the rest of them. Or the lack of, armor.
Or the fact we're half the size of them. Look at this. I mean, we're only
we're mere children to them.
Yeah, we're mere children to them. This might be the first one in the series where the trope of children saving the world is actually kind of true. Because in general, at the very beginning of the game, our parents were killed and we're just kind of out for revenge against the Empire. So we want to join the resistance just to help out. And they don't take us at first. They're just they don't think we can contribute in the way that we want to. So until we do our opening quest to get Scott's ring, they don't really let us join. This is a nasty ambush for Talbrik here, so this is why this game is awful. Can be awful at times. I don't know, I have a very high tolerance for RNG in the speedruns, but I speedrun FF1, 2, and 3, and they all have something like this, where it's just random encounters can just ruin your day.
Yeah, I blame you for getting me started on FF1 PSP, frankly, because the guide was just so wonderful, and the RNG on that, when people joke about FF9's RNG, FF1 is just the FF9 RNG in an hour and a half instead of 9 hours. It's insane. And then FF2 has its own little bit of RNG as well. I don't know.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's just longer than FF1. They both have RNG.
Yeah.
If you like FF1 RNG, you'll enjoy FF2 RNG. And you'll get more. And especially with the way that this game has the guaranteed status application on melee attacks for things.
Absolutely, and that's where the pixel remasters come in so clutch, is with the quick saving, with the autosave. The RNG is, flattened out a little bit, and so that's quite helpful. I don't get nearly as frustrated running FF2 pixel remaster as I do FF1 PSP. I'll say that.
I don't know.
Though they're both fun runs.
I'll be participating tomorrow with FF3 Pixel Remaster. 14 Mog, go Team Mog. But, when I went back to FF2 this week to check out the patch, it was noticeably different, and I didn't realize, I almost forgot, how bad the encounter rate is in this game, or how high it is, because it feels like it's twice as many encounters as FF3.
Yeah, and it looks like Deln is about to get out of what I think is the worst floor of Dreadnought without too many issues.
It's a very long floor there. There's a lot of NPC enemies that have been placed at intersections here, so it turns into a bit of a maze that you have to navigate. If you actually talk to the enemy, you would have to fight them, and they are rather overpowered enemies, so that's just not a good idea. So you have to just navigate that room. You get something on the order of 8 to 9 encounters just by walking around it. What is Deln's time? 55. That's actually a pretty good time for that's actually a very good time for the Dreadnought. And that's actually a good point. Yeah, even if you fight them, that doesn't remove them from the map, so that there's not really a point to fighting them at all. So you can't use it to create a shortcut.
And checking back in with Foxy, I think he is still working through Snow Cave and is on his way to the Adamantoise still, if I'm reading the map right.
Yeah, Deln has now completed the early portion of the run, so he's gained the Sleep Blade. We'll be abusing that, but upcoming is probably the most volatile section is these upcoming boss fights in this next section of the run for Deln. Talbrik is not too far behind. Talbrik has picked up the Sleep Blade. He's just got to backtrack and now make his way down to the engine room to toss the Sunfire that we picked up in Cashew Keep. We're primarily just going to be overloading the engine and then destroying this. It's a warship that was created by the Empire, which has been causing a lot of grief to the Resistance, so they tasked us with taking it out. We had to get a bunch of key items in order to make that happen, so now we're just working through that chain of quests. It's a lot like picking up the TNT and getting through the peninsula in FF1. It's kind of a tedious, slow fetch quest just to get through each of these parts in order to open up access to later areas. So Jira here is taking on the Ancient Blade fight, and once again just throwing a quick Fire Tome. You can pick up, you can buy spell tomes in this game. You don't buy the spells directly, you buy spell tomes, which go into your inventory. And then they have two uses. You can use them as an item in your inventory to teach one character one spell, or you can just use the item in combat, and it will cast a fixed strength version of the spell on the appropriate targets. So in this case we pick up a Fire Tome, and we use that in combat to cast a rank 8 spell of Fire. We don't have Firaga in this game. We just have Fire, and you can level up Fire by using it. If you were to teach it to a character and have them cast it over and over again, the strength of the spell would raise. It would just be a rank 2 Fire spell instead of a rank 1. And yes, you can multi-target just about any spell in the game, including the life spell, which is a great recovery tool.
Because as
don't-
you use spells, they will level up just like everything else in the game. And when you move life from level 1 to level 2, it goes from using 1 MP to 2 MP. And so if you have multiple people dead, using the multi-life is really helpful because that only counts as one use of the spell. And so you can get yourself into trouble a little bit late game if you are only single targeting your life. Because then you'll be in the last dungeon and you've got to worry about your MP usage if you don't have ethers at that point. So the multi-target hit.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time to skill up magic relative to weapon skills. So generally speaking, we prioritize weapon skills in the speedrun. And we will just, if we need to use spells, we will just buy and typically throw tomes. There's a couple instances where we will actually learn spells. I mean, notably, we will learn life as a recovery tool for our characters. We will learn teleport to be able to get out of a couple dungeons very quickly. Although teleport has a side effect in this version, in FF2, where if you use it with a caster, it actually lowers their HP to a critical level after you cast it. So if you use that to get out of a dungeon, you have to remember to heal up afterwards. And then I believe those are the primary ones that we'll be using. Some routes, including a route I was using, also pick up and learn warp for a very specific reason, which is just going back one floor in a dungeon. It's not used very often, and most runners don't utilize that. That's pretty much the limited spells. Go ahead.
Yeah, just that Foxy has just finished that Amantor's fight. And something that he did that I didn't see Deln do it, I don't know if Talbrik did, is he grabbed a Silver Curious from that chest at the bottom right, and that's just safety for guild purposes.
You may equip that as well. I mean, it can be used to increase defenses on some of the more vulnerable characters. In general, we don't pick up too much in the way of armor for the characters. Generally speaking, equipping armor negatively impacts your ability to cast spells or the strength of the spells that you cast. But generally speaking, we will not be equipping too much armor unless it has an ancillary benefit like a bonus to agility. So we did pick up a Thief's Gloves on the same floor where Hilda was imprisoned in the Dreadnought and put that on Therion to give them an agility bonus. We'll also be picking up like a Black Garb later on, and I believe gold hairpins will be picked up as well. Layla will come, when we pick her up later, will come with a gold hairpin equipped.
And then we'll steal it, and she'll, come back, and she'll have another gold hairpin, and we'll steal it again. And we thank her wardrobe provider very much.
We have to thank, everyone in general for the way that equipment goes back in this game. So, I mean, in other versions of the game, if your guest party member left the party and they had something equipped, they took it with them. In this version, everything is immediately unequipped and put into your inventory, so you do not lose out on equipment if a character leaves the party. And notably, that means we cannot lose the blood sword if we give it to Ricard later on. So you can't really sabotage yourself unless you are very deliberately or very carelessly playing in this point. Which is very good, because that just makes things a lot easier for people to be able to play and learn the game without making a silly mistake, like leaving the most critical weapon on a character that leaves your party.
Yeah, I mean, it really is, whether casually or speedrunning, it's a very welcoming game to newcomers. You can hop in and just enjoy the game without a lot of concern about any of the weird, funky things that, can sometimes plague any JRPG, but especially a Final Fantasy game, and those early ones where your party members move in and out. I'm thinking specifically when I played through 4 casually years ago, and just never knowing what characters were going to be in the party as you continue through. You don't have that problem here with 2. You keep the main 3, and you get to keep that equipment. So it's definitely a fun game to sink your teeth into.
Okay, so Deln has gone here to visit Deist Island. You're actually tasked with you're sent to Deist Island to investigate the whereabouts of the Dragoons, which is just a faction of enemies that were a faction of players or NPCs that are resisting the Empire, but they live on an island that's a little remote. So we need the boat to be able to get over there. And then there's also an optional dungeon that we can pick up here that will have a key that we need for the Mysidia Tower quest line to pick up Ultima. So we can tackle these in any order. We can visit Castle Deist at this point, or we can visit Tropical Island to get that. We pick it in this order because Castle Deist has a couple of important treasures that we learned to pick up in this version that we will heavily be using. And Deln is now in Deist Cavern, which was my least favorite dungeon by far in PSP, FF2 PSP. This place was an absolute nightmare. I would have to quick save everywhere because you could not run away from any encounters here. Every encounter you would have to fight, or you'd have to just get out of it. A yellow soul encounter in PSP meant pretty much a reset because our party was not set up to be able to handle and fight those enemies without dying.
That sounds immensely frustrating.
It was awful. I mean, Kill Gigas here, I would have to use teleport tomes if we had them to get rid of those. Yellow souls, I mean, all souls enemies in general. There's yellow souls, there's red souls, and there's green souls that you can get later on. All of them were like run-killing enemy, just awful enemies to run into in the respective locations that you could fight them. Thankfully, in this version of the game, I mean, everything is runnable here in Deist Cavern in this version of the game, which makes this way, way better and way more fun to speedrun. But it is still deadly, as we can see on Deln's screen here. He's still getting ambushed by these enemies here, and just has to, like, muddle his way through here. So and thankfully you can run from the yellow souls here. So you don't have to fight them, and they are not nearly as lethal. They would almost always ambush you in the other version, and your HP total was so low that you would almost always die. So pretty much
and this is where you can pretty quickly see if you've accidentally made a mistake of leaving somebody in the front row. Because we're barely scraping by with Deln for these fights. If you get hit, you're insta-dead if you left somebody in the front row after a boss fight.
Yeah, most of the characters here have 3-digit health. I mean, you can go up to 99.99 in this game if you were to grind that much. Which is the first game in the series that lets you do that. You can only go up to 9.99 in FF1. So they raised the bat total. Now it's going to take on Chimeras. So here is where the RNG is probably going to kick in here.
Mm-hmm.
So on this particular fight, he's going to be fighting 4 specific... He'll be running into a pack of 4 Chimeras here. He's going to be using an item. He's going to be throwing an item on one of his characters to raise their magic statistic as high as possible, and he's throwing a warp tome, and he's hopefully going to try to get all 4 in one cast here. And kill them all. If he doesn't, things are going to get a little interesting. 3 out of 4 is pretty good. That makes this a totally manageable fight, but trying to straight up fight for these guys with our already setup is dangerous and probably a wipe, because these Chimeras like to do a fire breath attack and get hit pretty hard. But if you can take 3 out of 4 with 1 cast of a spell, then you can definitely handle one guy. So Deln got through that first try. No real problems there. But that is a definite RNG point, and he got lucky to avoid that there.
And something that I don't think we touched on earlier, when you teleport out of anything, you notice that Deln went from having decent HP to having 11 HP. Using the teleport spell to leave a dungeon, it knocks out all of your health on whoever used it. So if you do that the first time and then just, start walking, piddling back to whatever town you're going to, you'll all of a sudden find yourself with 0 health on somebody, and it surprised me the first time, I'll say that much.
It was actually, you could take advantage of that in the PSP version, because you would want, Minwu would start with teleport, and you'd want to use that after you had gotten the Mithril from Summit Cave, and then teleported out, and then you'd want Minwu to take damage and KO from that point on. So it was an easy way to get him down. But in this version, you want to keep as many people alive as possible, just because you want as many chances to run away as possible. And that gives you more targets to spread attacks from enemies that have negative status effects. So it's easier to make sure that not everyone is stunned or slept or paralyzed or petrified or anything else of that nature, or confused.
Yeah, or when you wind up with the 6 or 8 bomb ambush, then you've got one more body to do the floor tanking and hope that you can squeeze it out.
See, I mean, a lot of FF1 and FF3 pixel remasters, if you're familiar with their speedruns, they sort of low man it at certain points, or they have certain characters killed off or petrified to try to funnel experience onto other characters more efficiently. And again, there's no real experience for characters in this game. Characters don't gain experience. There's no character levels, anything like that. There's just individual weapons and spells that you can learn and skill on each individual character, and their attributes level up based on their actions in combat. And notably, the petrification strat that you guys will be seeing in FF1 and FF3 almost sort of backfires here if you try to use it, because it's one less body that you need for helping out with spells, and then if you get into a negative encounter where it's just quicker to die off, that actually can slow you down and make it more difficult to end the fight in your favor.
Yeah, when I was talking earlier about there are very few ways to actually kill a run, that's one of them. If you have, your teleporter gets petrified, or oh goodness, what's the status effect where you can't use spells?
Amnesia is that one.
Yes, amnesia. And you're deep in like a 7th-floor dungeon. That's pretty much it if you don't have the item to remove that negative status effect. So that's pretty much, as far as I'm aware, the only real ways for a run to just totally die out, because there's no way that you can make up several minutes of having a half-useful party crawling back out of a dungeon. I mean, theoretically, it could happen. You can finish a run, but that's really the only way I think that you can lose one, just straight up.
Right. Talbrik's chance on the Chimeras here. Let's see if he gets good luck. He got all 4.
Oh my goodness, he got
perfect.
all of them.
That's what he wants. That's the way you save time on this run. Just one-shotting. Deln, here we go. Deln is now coming up on the other fight, the Bighorns. He's going to be doing a very similar strategy. He's just going to be using teleport instead of warp here. Again, he's going to be trying to get all 4 characters with one cast. If he doesn't happen to get all 4, then he can mop up everybody else. But then 3 out of 4 is good enough. He can totally manage with 3 out of 4, especially with the Sleep Blade and the Ancient Blade on Furion. They can lock down the last one, and then he can take the fight down pretty easily after that.
Yeah, boss fights where you're only having to handle one target, due to the status effect abuse, are pretty easy. You'll see some later where you have to kind of manage multiple enemy party members at the same time. But when you're able to warp off 3 of the 4, then that's a clean, easy fight.
So to explain how that worked, Deln threw an item called a Saint's Spirit on one of his characters, which is an item that temporarily raises their spirit stat to its maximum for that combat. Spirit impacts white magic, and teleport is considered a white magic spell in this one. So once he had that, he threw a teleport tome with that, and then the rest of it after that is just praying and hoping that you get as many as possible. Raise your chances to raise the success of teleport as much as possible, and then hope we get as many as we can from them. If we get 1 or less of the enemies teleported, then the fight becomes very hairy very quickly, and it was just it becomes very dangerous at that point. And notably in this version of the game, in other versions of the game, when you are fighting chimeras and bighorns, it's a random number of enemies that can spawn between, I believe, 1 and 4. So if you get only 1 enemy spawn, it's not even that big deal of a fight. But in this version, they have fixed it so that it is always 4 enemies you will run into. And that was a big sore spot when we were initially running this run. Because those are extremely dangerous fights if you do not take all of the enemies. If you are not able to get enough of the enemies out of them, it's just very chaotic fight. And speaking of a chaotic fight, Deln is now coming up on probably the most chaotic fight that is coming in this run.
Yeah, absolutely.
We have Lamia Queen here. Lamia Queen can blink herself to make herself almost unhittable with melee attacks. She can cast Confuse on a lot of party members. She can be difficult to hit with the Sleep Blade, which is probably the most critical one that you want to hit her with, just to lock her down. He did land, it looks like a curse. But I did not see him land. Yeah, she can hurt, she can confuse, she can do a lot of things to ruin your runs.
Yeah, her basic attack just did 522 damage, which is well over double any of our max HP, so...
Deln didn't have too bad of a fight there. He did get Curse on her very quickly and was able to start racking up the damage. She only has like 1300 or 1400 HP if I recall. So you can shoot through her health pretty quickly if you can get Curse on there. But she can just make that fight a complete pain in the butt. Especially with the Confuse. And if Furion fails to land either Curse or Sleep, then yeah, things can get really complicated really quickly.
Yeah, it gets really dicey, but she also drops a lot of gil. I think it's like 15,000 is what Deln just got, and so that helps really bolster our coffers for the rest of the run, for any of the last few buys that we need to do, just to have the healing things that we need to finish up.
Yeah, she's not guaranteed to drop that, but she has a pretty high chance to drop 15,000 gil, and that's usually enough for us to buy the rest of the supplies we will need for the run at this point.
Yeah. There are a couple of other places where if she doesn't drop it, you can snag a couple of extra chests and sell the equipment out of those. But if you get the 15 drop, then you're pretty smooth sailing the rest of the run as far as gil.
Yeah, Talbrik got a teleport out, but it looked like it was after an ambush on the bighorns here, so thankfully he was able to get through that fight. That was just a little dicey there as well.
Which is something we should probably note. You can, even though you're walking up to the boss and interacting with them, you can still be ambushed somehow, even though you're clicking X to engage the fight. They can just jump you. I don't know what to say.
A final boss can ambush you. That's just a nightmare. There's nothing fair about this game.
No, and it's really sad when it's the final boss because it's not a terribly difficult fight, but you get the ambush and it just we'll start over. It's fine, game. I wasn't looking to close out a PB or anything, not at all.
So here's another dangerous spot for Deln here. There's we have to walk over to the Coliseum, but this entails a little walk over across the desert here. The enemies here can be massive trolls. They can paralyze you and just kill you. They can ambush you. Do things of that nature. I've even seen really just weird things. So you're probably guaranteed to get 2 or 3 encounters on the way over here, and the easiest way to just guarantee you through that is to save scum it, quick save before each fight that you get here. You can actually opt to go back to the Choco Forest and grab that and take that to the Coliseum, but if you do that, then your ship is even farther away than it was. You have to take a longer walk back to get to your ship to get over this area. The new world record actually does take advantage of that, but it doesn't seem like it's worth it to me. I feel like it's just easier to take a handful of encounters, quick save, and then just get back to your boat quicker.
Yeah, it's just a couple of quick saves, and usually you can get through. But don't gamble. Just take the quick save. It's worth the 2 seconds to do that than otherwise.
So Deln is continuing on this little gauntlet of mid-game bosses, although Behemoth is not particularly dangerous. Talbrik is now on Lamia Queen. Let's see how this goes for him. We want to see Furion land Sleep or Curse, which he did not on round 1. And he missed on round 2 as well. That's making us now. Fury is down. This is going to be tough. Oh, she's just.
Yeah, he's just going to reset.
He's going to reset, okay. That's not a bad idea.
No.
There's an autosave automatically created when you enter this room to talk into her. You can just have to just repeat this brief cutscene here and then take another step. I mean, it's a perfectly valid strategy to just, take yourself out or let the enemy kill you here if things are just not going in the way you want here. So that will probably allow Mog to increase their lead slightly over Team Choco here. As Deln was able to get through that on his first try. Yeah, Talbrik is now taking his second stab at the Lamia Queen here.
And hopefully Furion lands something this time. No, again.
Not on round 1. Oh, and she blinked too. That's going to make this a pain. That's not what you want to see. That's probably a reset as well.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for him.
The one thing we really, really wish this game had was a soft reset option, but it does not have that. So the only ways to get through this are either game over so that you can reload your save, or if you could, you can quit out of the game and restart the game, which can be faster in certain circumstances.
Let's see, and checking back in with Foxy, he is making his way through that weird little maze room on the Dreadnought. So should be finishing up that part of the run pretty quickly.
Yeah, there's no boss or anything on the Dreadnought. He just has to make it way through this floor, which is about 8 or 9 encounters long, just due to the winding path that is created by all these guards that are blocking the passages.
Yeah, and Deln is stun-locked, making his way across the desert, and that, friends, is why you quick save. You're pretty much almost guaranteed, it feels like, to have that happen. To get cleanly across the desert without anything, taking you all the way out is pretty rare.
So yeah, I mean, this Lamia Queen fight here is a known troll in many of the versions of the game, but it's especially bad now because of the newer patch. Because now, I mean, even if you do land a hit now it's not guaranteed to land, sleep, or curse. And in the previous version, it would if you could at least land it. So it does look like Talbrik did finally get through it. Oh, here's another ambush for Deln up here. That's a paralysis fight, too.
Oh, and he was able to get out. Okay, good.
No, he's got through it. He's got one more boss to get through this little mid-game gauntlet here coming up. But it doesn't tend to be a very dangerous boss after that. Lamia Queen is easily the worst, and the chimeras, the bighorns, can be troublesome. But Behemoth and Gatos don't tend to be too difficult in comparison.
No, I think the scary part of the run coming up is just some overworld encounters. It's similar to getting across the desert, just getting the wrong ambush without having a recent quick save on the overworld can really set you back, because you'll go back to whatever town you left from when you went on to the overworld if you die.
So Foxy is all set with Dreadnought now, and we'll start to begin the mid-game now. So he's going to start working his way towards the same set of bosses that everybody else is working through. Talbrik picked up an Ether here, which could be very valuable if one of his characters runs out of MP later on, and he still needs to teleport at that point. That's a good safety item to pick up, just in case of something like that. In general, just having a couple of status recovery items is very helpful in this one.
Yeah. The gill is tight, but it's not generally so tight that you can't just go ahead and get the safeties. Sure, you're going to lose some frames on the purchase, but it makes the run infinitely safer just to have 2 or 3 of some of those recovery items.
Okay. Deln just having a little trouble just due to a quick and early ambush on that part of Gatos, but he should still be okay here. Gatos is just not particularly dangerous, although he's obviously more dangerous now in the recent patch update, because you can't lock down. All the bosses are way more dangerous since you cannot guarantee a lockdown of the bosses with sleep or getting curse on them. I mean, that strategy was just so strong. I mean, I think it was a Japanese runner named Zaibatsu, I think was the first one to put a time on the board that we thought was a pretty good time when this game first came out. And then myself and Deln kind of jumped on the game very early on and started to learn. We started to study what he had done, and we thought we could improve it. We were able to improve it and drop his time by about 20 minutes. So I think he came in at around 245 initially, and we were taking it down to about 224, and then eventually we got it under 220. I think I capped out at 217. Deln recently got a PB with 216. And then the world record is currently standing just over 2 hours and 14 minutes right now, which was set, I think, yesterday by a Japanese runner named Shigeru.
Yeah, and I definitely see that time ticking down a little bit as we iron out what the new route looks like, and then you're just playing the RNG game of it all. But I don't know, do you think that a 210 is totally out of the realm of possibility?
Deln seems to think that is totally possible, getting under 210. Okay. But he is more recently practiced with it. I wish I had more time myself to be able to play with it. I've been learning FF3, and I have other obligations as well that are going on, so I don't know if I'm going to have time to go back to that. But this is one game I actually do enjoy. I do find this a very enjoyable game as a speedrun, more so than a casual game. Because I think, like, later FF games did story and characters much, much better than this game. This is obviously an important step forward in the franchise in terms of, like, being able to learn how to tell stories and how to sell that thing. So it was an important foundational step in that aspect, but later games have done it much, much better, I feel, personally. But this is a very interesting speed game, I personally.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that it's, you see the same thing with, like, the Zelda games at the time. The second game was just weird and wildly different from the first, and I'd say Final Fantasy was similar. And, moving from 1 to 2, we kept a lot of things from the first game, but this whole new way that we level, adding more, like, direct storytelling through the whole thing, they were definitely trying a lot of things with this game. And it's interesting to play casually, but my first interaction with it was through the speedrun, and it was enjoyable to just jump into and play it. It made sense. To the extent that, any of these speedruns make sense, but...
My first interaction with FF2 was the Origins edition for PS1, and I absolutely hated it. I absolutely hated that game. I don't think I ever finished that. I never finished that, and then Dawn of Souls came out, and that casualized it enough that I was able to beat it. But I think I inadvertently sabotaged myself the first time I played it with the Origins version, because I didn't really level. I don't think I leveled it, or I put a lot of effort into spells, and then I hit Red Soul, and you can't do that. You can't fight Red Soul without spells, or without physical attackers. So, and yeah, for sure, this game was extremely experimental in terms of the design of the game. It is still a very basic game at its foundation.
But a lot of NES games were, at the time, so it's always fun watching and looking at old runs of games and just seeing how drastically games have changed and how much they would change over such a short period of time. That's one of my favorite things about looking at the PS1 N64 era of games, because you can just see moving from, basically 2D to 3D, how much better the developers got for every game. Just in 2 and 3 years time from when the consoles first released to where they were at the end of their life cycles.
Deln is now making his way over to Mysidia. He's got to just be a little careful here. Some of the encounters you can get in this little stretch can be a bit of a troll.
Yep, this is where I was talking about. This is the next big scary part of the run is getting through this overworld for him.
Here we go, Talbrik getting RNG'd over here.
Yep.
This happens. Good old desert. That's why we take some quick saves. Thank God for quick saving and auto saving. I mean, these games would be such a nightmare without them.
I bet that's very helpful for FF3 and when you get to the end game.
Oh, I don't even want to think about that without it.
I can't wait to watch.
These games were developed at a time before there was such a thing as like mid-dungeon save points, which I think the first game in the series to have those was FF4. So your only options to save were at inns or to make manual saves on the overworld in those early versions of the game. And in this one, you can save almost anywhere. In the GBA and PSP ones, they added quick saving so you can make saves anywhere. And then in this version, on top of quick saving, the ability to quick save, you have auto save, so it creates a save every time you transition between locations or different floors in a dungeon. So they will have 1 slot for an auto save, they have 1 slot for a quick save, and they have 20 slots for manual saves, none of which will get used in this run. It would be great for marathon safety saves in a less competitive event like this, but they would not be allowed here unless there was extreme circumstances we would have to take advantage of that. But the game is friendly enough with the auto-saving and quick saving that should not be a concern.
Deln is moving into, let's see, was it Mysidia? What's the name of that dungeon?
Mysidia.
Yeah, Cave of Mysidia, that's right. And that's another one where largely we can get through it pretty okay, but there are some status effects that will knock you down if you're not careful and don't have those safety items to pull back from.
So if you're familiar with the term Mysidia, it's because that is the exact same name of there's a town of mages in this game, which is FF2, which was the first game in the series they had the town of mages named Mysidia, and they repeated that as a theme and a town in FF4. So for those of you that are new to the stream here, welcome to the Final Fantasy Relay here. We are 20 hours into this. This is a 3-team relay. Each of the teams is playing 18 games in sequence. The goal is to try to be the first team to complete all 18 games. They're playing all the main series games and a couple of extra side games, including Chocobo GP, Ranger of Paradise. We're currently on Final Fantasy II, 20 hours into the marathon here. Team Mog in the upper left corner of the screen is in the lead. Team Choco is currently in second place, and Team Tonberry is currently in third place. There is still a lot of relay to go, though. And note, for people that are coming in, we are not playing them in release order or anything like that. So I believe this is the 6th game. There will be 18 games overall, so there are plenty of games to come. If you're not familiar with me, I am poorscythe, and I'm joined by Totalnonsense. We're commentating here. The runners, for Team Mog, we have Deln. For Team Choco, we have Talbrik. And for Team Tonberry, we have foxyjira. And the audio you're hearing is from foxyjira's stream on Team Tonberry right now. He is currently in Castle Deast. Meanwhile, we have Deln in Cave of Mysidia, and Talbrik is not far behind him. He's in the dungeons below Finn here, grabbing the white mask key item. So the next portion of the run here is we need to get into the Tower of Mysidia. We need a couple of items to be able to get into Cave of Mysidia to pick up the crystal rod. We need a black mask and a white mask. The black mask is obtained from the tropical island, which is what Foxy will be visiting next after this current dungeon he's in. White mask is located here in the basement of Finn, and then we have to get the crystal rod to be able to get into the tower. That is actually in a chest here at the end of Cave of Mysidia. But we can't get into this cave without getting the white mask and the black mask first, because there is an NPC that is guarding our path, and he looks just like our first character. If you don't place the masks, then The NPC will essentially mimic your actions and not let you pass. And then you need another mask in order to be able to actually physically remove him. So you need one to immobilize him, and then another one to be able to place on him to remove him. And that will free you up to get the crystal rod here. Foxy is going into the first of the dangerous mid-game fights here, the Chimeras. He's going to try to warp. They got 3 out of 4 with his spell, which is great RNG. So he can solo this remaining Chimera pretty easily. But the strategy here is to throw an item on one of our characters to raise their magic stat. Depending on if it's a white magic spell or a black magic spell. Warp is a black magic spell, so we throw an item called the Sage's Wisdom on that character to raise their intelligence temporarily to the max level to increase their odds of success with Warp. And then we try to cast the Warp and hope that it gets as many of the Chimeras as possible. Usually it can get 3 or even all 4, which is great RNG, because then you can handle the fight of that. If we were not to warp them, that's a very, very dangerous fight, and it can be very hairy very quickly. And then he'll be doing a very similar strategy in the next dungeon, Tropical Island, against a group of enemies guarding the black mask called Bighorns. It functions very similarly. We'll be throwing an item on there, but we're using a teleport tome instead, which is a white magic spell in this game.
Yep, and Deln just grabbed the crystal rod without too many hiccups. He did die to one Marlborough fight, but other than that, was able to get through the cave without issue, and is now headed to Mysidia Tower to use that crystal rod.
The Talbrik just got the white mask, so he's about to head on his way over to Mysidia and pick that up. So T-Mog is in the lead on the whole relay, and they're currently in the lead on this game as well. Deln, I believe Deln is the strongest of the 3 runners here, just in terms of their PB. Deln has the highest PB. Talbrik is actually very not far behind him. And I believe Jira is not as familiar with the game, but he's still learning, and he's doing a great job, honestly. He's not having a terrible time. And this game is forgiving enough. This particular version of the game is forgiving enough that you can definitely make your way through it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Deln has always been really great in the community about just letting his notes be up and available for anybody that wants to learn the run. That was where I started. I know that's where Talbrik started as well. I'm not sure what Foxy started off with. There was somebody else in the community, Ninnies, who several folks here might be familiar with, who has a Couch to PB guide, which is like, baby's first speed run, like you don't know anything that you're doing, explaining basic terms, but it's phenomenal for jumping into this run as well. It has everything laid out step by step all the way along, and so unfortunately the patch has changed some of that a lot, but there are great resources out there for anybody that wants to get in and explore the FF2 speed run. It's a lot of fun.
We should probably explain that for newcomers. So a lot of the, for those of you that may have just wandered into the stream, a lot of the Pixel remasters just very recently, by recently I mean within the last week or two, have gotten recent updates of the game from Square Enix, and some of those patches have changed some of the mechanics. Notably, FF4 and FF2 had probably pretty significant negative impacts from their patches here. The patch was actually released on Monday morning of this week, and kind of broke the mechanic we were abusing the most, which was if you attack with weapons that have an on-hit effect of a status, there was a 100% chance for that status to land so long as the attack landed. So we would be equipping a Sleep Blade and an Ancient Blade on Furion, and dual wielding those in order to lock down bosses so that they wouldn't be able to take turns, and also curse the bosses so that they would take way more damage in combat and deal less damage to us. But this recent update that came out on Monday broke that so that it is no longer guaranteed to apply that status. After some quick experimentation, discussion among the runners, and then agreement with the relay organizers, the runners went back to the previous patch before this was released, because it has been literally almost a year since the previous patch. So it took them a long time to decide that that's a bug that needs to be fixed. And they did it at a very inopportune time. And that is not particularly fair to our runners here, who have been running and learning and practicing on a version where you can lock things down.
I'm convinced Square Enix has somebody on their staff who know when the relay is and try and time any patches around what we're doing. Because I feel like I remember this happening a year or two ago with another game that got a patch like right before the relay was supposed to hit. And you know, it brings some fun chaos, but it's also just, you know, rerouting basically in real time the week of is stressful, to say the least.
Here we have
Foxy, you know, he's moving into that bighorn fight, and we'll see what the RNG does here.
He's going to be trying to teleport this. Needs Mirror just to survive so she can cast this, and he gets all 4. Honestly, this has been great RNG for all these guys on these bighorns.
All 4 of them. That's twice. Talbrik had one of the fight move all 4, and Foxy has one fight take out all 4 of them. That's phenomenal marathon luck.
They just really need those to hit like at least probably 3 of them. I mean, they can probably get away with 2 in a bit of in some circumstances. 3 is totally manageable as long as you can make that happen. And then 4 is just the dream here. But if you are familiar with other versions of the game, there can be a random number of enemies that spawn in those fights from 1 to 4, the Chimeras and the Bighorns fights. In this version, they fixed it so that there will always be 4 enemies in those fights. And unfortunately, with the strategies we use, we really need to minimize the number of enemies in that fight as quickly as possible to make it manageable. If you leave all 4 up, they are going to chew through your party very quickly. We got Deln working his way through Tower of Mysidia. There are 3 mini-bosses along the way, the first of which is the Fire Gigas here. He just took him down pretty quick. Most of these guys are not particularly dangerous to us. They are more dangerous in the patch version, but in this version it's not too difficult usually to lock them down with the Sleep Blade and the Ancient Blade. So Deln went through the fire portion of the dungeon, now he's going through the ice portion of the dungeon.
Those spike tiles are, you know, coming in and doing damage as he walks, but that's alright. It's nothing too terrible.
Picks up an ice brand for Furion to be able to do some damage. So Furion is the primary sword wielder at this point. We really don't have anybody else with sword skill, so if there's a sword, Furion's going to be using it at this point of the run.
Yeah,
I believe Ricard may have some sword skill, but he doesn't really use it too much.
Yeah, and Foxy is about to move into that Lamia fight that slowed Talbrik down so much, so we'll see if maybe Foxy can gain some ground on Talbrik with this fight.
Yeah, Talbrik, I believe, had to reset twice on this fight before he could get through it. This is probably the most dangerous fight just in terms of the RNG. You really need to be able to get Lamia down. We're trying to get Sleep and Curse to land on her to make this fight much more easy to get through. And this is why she's difficult. I mean, if you don't, it's hard to land attacks on her. She also has a chance to get Blink on herself, which can make landing physical attacks impossible. She has a very solid chance to confuse our party members, which just throws everything into chaos. But he did get through it on the first try.
That's right. Was he able to land the Ancient Sword? I missed that strike if it hit.
I believe he did, just because the damage values looked higher than it would if you did not land that.
Mm-hmm.
So it looked like he landed at least 1 attack with that. I don't think he landed Sleep, though.
Yeah.
Tonberry looks to have made up a little bit of time on Choco on that particular boss. But I mean, we're in the middle of a little gauntlet, and that is probably the most chaotic fight. In spite of there being only 1 enemy, the other fights have 4 enemies, which can make things complicated. But even though there's only 1 enemy, that 1 enemy can just really, really say no at times and make things difficult for you. Deln is now onto the final mini-boss here, the Thunder Gigas. Thunder Gigas has the most HP and the highest defense of these Elemental Gigas fights. But he is locking it down. It looks like he's moved the Sleep Blade over to Ricard here. not a particular. I mean, you can see with the Sleep Blade, enemies don't even get a chance to do that.
And a clean fight.
Yeah, and a clean fight there. We have a question in the chat. Is there a grind segment of the run? There's not a specific grind segment. We do early skilling to gain some skill levels early on in the run, along with money from the enemies. So mostly like the early 15 minutes of skilling, and then we continue just taking fights for a while, mostly just to gain money at that point, so that we can afford some spell tomes and some potions and consumables that will heal us from things. And most of that is in the first probably 35 to 40 minutes of the run. After that, we pretty much run away from that, and we're just going boss to boss as much as we can, and trying not to die. Because you can die a lot in this run, and dying is kind of a thing that happens. Thankfully, we have a lot of quick saving and auto saving features in this version of the game, so you can get away. You can make quick work, or you can recover very quickly from unfortunate ambushes. But ambushes are very deadly in this game. We got Foxy making his way through this quick desert area to get to the Coliseum. This is a notoriously annoying area to try to get through because there are enemies that can just... Yeah, these antlion enemies that he's run into here can paralyze your whole party, especially if they ambush you.
Yeah, and the encounters have not been kind to Talbrik for the last, I don't know, couple of minutes or so. I've seen 2 different wipes, and that's why you always want to be save scumming and making sure that you have a save to fall back on, because it'll happen and there's not much you can do about it.
I mean, one thing you want to do is notably, I mean, if you need to make like a heal your party, or you want to make changes to something, it tends to be advantageous to do that just before a transition, so that once you make the transition, an autosave is automatically created and you don't have to do anything manually after that point. But you can quick save at any time if you want. I mean, on longer floors that are more dangerous, it's a great idea to take a save probably every 1 to 2 fights, just to guarantee that you have a quicker way to recover and spend less time repeating things. So Deln has completed the tower here, and we've obtained the Ultimatome, which will serve absolutely no purpose in this video.
Nope. And he also stopped and went to one of those orbs and got an agility up, just applied to his stats. So that will make it easier to flee and to get some first round attacks off.
So that is something we've been skipping for a long time in this category, but I believe due to the performance of the recent Japanese world record runner Shigeru, he's been popularizing that again.
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen it done, and I was like, "Oh, this is nice. This is fun."
Well, you wouldn't want to do that in other versions of the game because it would only put the stat bonus on one random character, and in this version, I believe it applies it to all of the characters in your party.
Gotcha.
Okay. So let's catch up where we are here. We have Talbrik entering the Tower of Mysidia here. Foxy has just been imprisoned by the Emperor. It was a bit of a trap, and he is getting out of this area. It's not a very long area, but he does have to rescue Hilda first. And then Deln has completed this Tower of Mysidia, and he has to head back here, and the wyvern egg that we picked up much earlier in the run and put in the live spring is now ready to hatch. I'm not particularly sure why we specifically have to look at a mirror in order to make that happen. But the wyvern is born and is coming to see us directly, and then it's going to head and help us get into that cyclone that is just hanging outside town. I mean, you would think they would evacuate the town knowing that there's a cyclone right there.
Yeah, somehow the Emperor was able to conjure up a cyclone and has a ship, a castle, something inside the cyclone that he's basically running around terrorizing the continent on. And so now we're gonna go confront the evil Emperor who's been using, the spawn of hell to take over the world. But quick, we've got to go shop first. Well, I say shop. Get some things out of some chests, out of somebody's secret room.
We have to learn a very specific keyword, cyclone, and then tell it to the NPC Paul in his house here in Finn. And then Paul will tell us about this secret treasure room in his house. And this notably contains the single most overpowered weapon in this game, which is the entire strategy we'll be using from this point on, the Blood Sword. So if you're familiar at all with that, it is an incredibly overpowered sword in all versions of the game. It deals percentage-based damage, and with the way that hits are tabulated in this game, usually 2 to 3 hits is enough to kill almost anything, including the final boss. So we absolutely want to pick that up, because it is by far the easiest way to cheese the final boss. If you try to fight the final boss straight up, side note, I absolutely love these pixel-like graphic effects on downside here. Right? These little effects are just great. Even like the water effects in this, everything is great. The music in these games is great. I mean, that was the biggest. I think that was the biggest surprise for me when these came out last year, is I didn't realize like how good the music was going to be and how enjoyable.
Square has done a great job with all the pixel remasters. There's not one that I've tried where I was frustrated or disappointed about any of the changes and updates that they've made. They have all been just such great fun to play.
I mean, they're just pleasant to listen to, and honestly, the soundtrack for this game is extremely underrated. And it sounds great with just the orchestral renditions on this one.
And Foxy was able to make it across the desert without any issues, which is great to see. So slowly chipping away at that time.
So Deln making his way through the cyclone. We've got Talbrik has just defeated the Ice Gigas, which is the second of the 3 mini-bosses in My City Tower. He's got to get through one more. Foxy just picked up Layla on the way to fighting Gatos in Finn. So Finn is occupied right at the start of the game, and there's not really a reason to go into the castle here. But at this point, you can actually challenge the henchman that's left in charge of the castle here. And then after that, the resistance moves back into their home. He's just going to challenge this enemy Gatos. Gatos is not too difficult. You can usually pretty easily choose it with the Sleep Sword and the Ancient Blade here. Oh, Deln got a random Royal Guard unrunnable. This is the first unrunnable we've seen in this entire run. This is a really unfortunate run. So you can run into certain formations of Royal Guards here in the Cyclone are unrunnable. I mean, I've seen groups of 4 that you can run from. Sometimes you see groups of 2 you can't run from. It doesn't really make a lot of sense logically. But he's gotten an encounter that he can't fight. So he has to fight them. Stop here and fight. Thankfully
but fortunately, yeah,
oh,
he was able to
gauntlet.
Clear through that without too much of. Oh yeah, okay, that was okay.
Okay, that was a gauntlet fight. He just made a mistake and he forgot to change his commands on the first round of this one. Okay, so this is the gauntlet is probably the last really RNG fight in the game at this point. So it's a series of 3 back-to-back fights. The first one is against 2 Royal Guards, the second one is against 3 Royal Guards, and the last fight is against the Emperor himself with 2 Royal Guards and a Wood Golem. It can be a bit of a troll though, because I mean, these Royal Guard enemies have a chance to poison you on hit, and with 100% status application, they will always do that. Poison just kind of makes this fight annoying. But the Royal Guard set of fights are not too bad. You just want to hopefully avoid an ambush so that you're in the best shape possible heading into the final fight. And if you happen to wipe during this, you have to repeat all 3 fights. So we're hoping to get through this on the first try for all of them. But an ambush, that is not what Deln wants to see here. That is not ideal at all. So Ricard is down. I believe he's going to be trying to throw a Sleep Tome to put the Emperor and the 2 Royal Guards to sleep. And we got the Emperor and 1 guard. The Royal Guard, or, I'm sorry, the Wood Golem himself has a chance to cast Sleep on your guys if he lands an attack on them, and he also does tend to do a lot of damage. So this is kind of a hairy fight right now. He can still recover this. It's just going to be difficult.
Yeah,
really needs to
Ricard
get-
with that blood sword is able to self-sustain, which is very helpful.
The key right now is getting that Wood Golem down, because the Wood Golem can sleep who he is. So he needs to get that down first. So he's trying to keep everybody alive. He's trying to get everybody up. Okay. He's getting close to taking that Wood Golem down, but the Wood Golem is still up. But he can sleep the Golem with the Sleep Blade. He just can't do it with a tome right here. So it's turning into a slow fight, but he's still alive, still able to keep going here. Okay, so the Golem is down. The next key for him, honestly, is just getting the Emperor down if he can. And yeah, as mentioned before, Ricard can solo this fight if worst comes to worst. Because with a blood sword, he can heal himself back up.
Getting through that Wood Golem, I think, was really the key, and now it's just, playing it safe for the cleanup.
Yeah, I mean, with every enemy that goes down at this point, his chances of succeeding at this fight are going up. And thankfully, it looks like he's going to be able to get through this, so he's not going to have to repeat the whole gauntlet here. We can see the power of the blood sword here against the Emperor, because the Emperor is going to take quite a lot of damage from the blood sword there, and he's gotten through it. Okay, so that was a huge RNG spot. He got through it. It was a slow fight, but he got his way through it. So that's the last really major RNG point in terms of boss fights at this point. I mean, there's random encounters between here and the end of the game that can slow him down a little bit, but he should be pretty good to go from that point on. And
I mean, what do you mean the end of the game? We just killed the Emperor. We have saved the world.
That's right. It's time for a dance sequence.
Yeah, we're gonna celebrate, and then the next run is gonna be starting up in just a couple of minutes. If only, though. If only, because when you take out the Emperor, what do you leave behind but a power vacuum?
That's
and
what
we've got to go.
That's what we'd be saying. Yeah, that's what we'd be saying if we weren't lying.
Before anyone gets excited about the next run, we've still got a little bit to go.
We had a question asking about how long is the FF2 PR speedrun. In a marathon setting, it's probably somewhere between 2 hours 20 minutes and 2 hours 30 minutes. It could be a little bit longer if you are a less experienced runner or if you encounter more RNG. And I believe the current world record is now down to 2 hours and 14 minutes. But we are, I'm sure, well off world record pace at this point. Oh no. Okay. We find out that our old pal Leon from the very beginning of the game has assumed the role of Emperor. That is... I don't know. How do you feel about that?
It's less than ideal, although Leon is Maria's brother, so, I mean, if we can get in good with the new Emperor, there's part of me that's all for it.
Join them and turn to the dark side, is that what you're saying?
Or join them and try and bring them back to the light. Even Vader, at the end of it all, had light in him. There was still Anakin in there. I think we can bring Leon back.
It would have been amazing
if
there was an ending where you could actually join them. That would be amazing, honestly. It would have been totally unique and unbelievable.
The story splits, and you see who gets the good ending and the bad ending.
Maybe this would have been a more popular game if you could just do that.
Let's see. Foxy is working his way through Cave of Mysidia. Let's see, where's Talbrik at? Cyclone still. Okay. And so Talbrik will be coming on that Emperor fight here pretty quickly. And we'll see what the RNG gods do for him.
So it's about 2 hours into the run now for Deln, and unfortunately, our pal Sid from the beginning of the game has now perished, but he did leave us his the airship. So after 2 hours in the game, we finally get access to the airship. Now we can fly it anywhere we want, including, look at this, diagonal flying. What an amazing technical innovation. It only took 33 years for them to implement diagonal flying. You can even canoe diagonally in this game. It took them 33 years to make that happen.
You can walk diagonally, which makes that very beginning part, walking back and forth, just
What a
so
time
much
to be
easier.
alive. What an amazing time to be alive here. We have Talbrik coming up now on the Emperor Gauntlet here.
See, that first fight went easy enough.
Okay, hoping to set up his party here. He just has to get through 2 quick fights with Royal Guards to get to the main event. We got Deln in the meantime has stormed Castle Palamisha and landed on the top floor and then fell down a trapdoor to the bottom. So now he's got to climb the tower again to reach Leon. And then we're going to have a nice conversation with him.
Enjoying the dark side.
We'll see. I don't know. Is that what happens to the story? Does this game has a story? Do you pay attention to that as speedrunners at all? I mean, sometimes...
it depends on how the run's going. If it just goes totally off the rails, then you start slowing down and actually reading stuff, and then then it's just getting through the mechanics of it all. If the run's just totally scuffed. Let's see, but so far, Talbrik's fight is going okay.
Yeah, he's got everybody alive and in pretty good health entering this final fight. He did not get ambushed like that, so we have to see what's going on here.
The golem is gone, which is really the big hurdle, even if Guy is down, but he should be able to recover from that.
Just a quick note on Jira. He is almost done with Cave of My City here, and that is an accomplishment on its own. So he's got the Crystal Rod. He'll be heading to My City Tower next. Okay, the Golem is down for Talbrik here. He's got the Emperor and 2 guards to still work through. Only Guy is down right now, but he does have recovery options.
There goes the Emperor, and easy cleanup for Talbrik to finish that. Alright, and now Talbrik gets to enjoy his own little dance reprieve, while Foxy is trying to make it across the overworld back to his ship to go get to Mysidia Tower. And there it is, ambushed by 3 bombs. It's the ambushes are the scariest part about this run, 100%.
Well, luckily for him, he had 4 characters alive, so he was able to... And he also had life on that surviving character, so he was in pretty good shape here. I mean, it's just kind of the key is to hope you have it on the right thing. A good strategy in the early game is to pick up life tomes, then we wait to see if we get a nasty ambush from grenade enemies that kill off the party, and if there's a surviving party member, then you can teach the life to one of those guys and recover everybody. Because life is thankfully an AoE spell in this game.
Yeah, usually it winds up on either Firion or Guy, or you can pick up 2 of them if you're really wanting to be careful. Just because of Maria's health, her base stat, she's usually the one who is going down throughout the run, unfortunately. So you try and keep life off of her, but if it happens, it happens.
Okay, we got Deln. It's very close to the end here. Castle Palamisha just has to... We'll probably get 1 or 2 more encounters before reaching Leon. The dance party is over on Talbrik's side right now. So we have to go get Sid's airship. Oh my god, what a twist over here. You mean to say that the Emperor is still alive? Look at that.
The Emperor who took over our planet using minions of Hell somehow took over Hell and is coming back to take over the planet again.
Yeah, this time it's personal.
Right, this time we've made him angry and now he's golden.
This time it's personal.
Like Frieza, he is back from the dead and golden and ready.
And he is really not happy with Leon for assuming his role.
Hey, I'm sorry I couldn't stay quiet for that one. Did you just liken this game to both Star Wars and Dragon Ball Z?
Indeed I did.
This is incredible.
Which, you know, no free ads, but the new Dragon Ball Z movie is actually pretty good to see in theaters. If you feel safe and comfortable going to a theater and want to kill an hour and a half or two. It was good fun.
I wish I was familiar with Dragon Ball, but I'm glad that you guys are having fun with it.
You know, it's childhood come back to life at 30 years old. So. Or well, I guess it's a Dragon Ball Super, whatever. The names are it will always be Dragon Ball Z to me. Because that's what I watched when I was, 10 coming home from school. But Foxy is making his way through the Leviathan that I don't guess we actually talked about that like swallowed us up in a whirlpool on our way to the tower. And so that's why it's, getting the weird inside of a living being times. We got swallowed by Leviathan.
It's actually a really cool aesthetic that Leviathan has.
Yeah, it's creepy as everything.
Yeah, it's creepy, but there's poison, or there's acid, there's stomach acid that you're walking through and everything. Which is, it's a really cool vibe. And actually, if you look at like the maps for it, it actually looks like the last map, especially like when you're fighting around, it looks like the mouth. So it makes sense, like when you're exiting that you're getting out. So that's a cool little thing here. And this is before any of the summons existed. So Leviathan, I think, is like the first of the summons that may have been previously represented. But it's just a sort of a location here and an idea more than it is an actual being or anything.
Yeah, we never actually see it other than, it's a gullet as we march through it and get our ship back.
Okay, so we have Deln making his way through Jade Passage. This is the first of the last 2 dungeons for the game here at this point. So Deln is on his way to the end game. There's nothing more that we need to fight here unless he runs into white or green dragons as a random encounter here. They are unrunnable. Everything else is runnable. Everything else is also very dangerous here. You've got Chimera Sphinxes that can petrify your party. You've got worms that can cast Cyclone on your party. You've got Ball Burrows that can just afflict you with everything, every status at once.
And you'll notice we have our last 4th character, Leon, has ditched the garb of the Emperor and the garb of, a Palmatian Dark Knight, and he is now fully back on our team trying to take down the Emperor, who rightly was mad at Leon for trying to usurp his throne. Well, I guess it's not really usurping if he's dead, but, taking on the role of Emperor. And Leon's health is so much higher than the rest of ours. His health and his base stats, which kind of give you an idea of where the game thinks we should be. And we are very far from that.
In the meantime, we have foxyjira going through the Mycetian Tower. He's through the first mini-boss. The Fire Gigas, there's 2 more he's got to get through before he can reach the top of the tower and obtain the Ultimatome, which is a wonderful item that serves absolutely no purpose, but is a requirement for the story.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever used Ultima in this game for anything.
You would not be the only person who has not used Ultima. It does not serve much of a purpose. unless you want to invest a lot of time, the strength of ultimate is kind of based on the strength of other spells that you learn, which that would take a lot of time and a lot of MP to learn, to spend that much time skilling up things. There is an achievement in this game to get one magic spell to rank 16, which is the highest rank.
Bless all of
probably
you
one of
achievement hunters.
It's not a particularly difficult achievement, but it does take more time, and in the speedrun it serves very little purpose. Am I wrong, or is Talbrik going backwards?
I just realized I was. You're right.
Whoops. I was like, I'm looking at like the maps and I'm thinking to myself, that looks backwards.
Yeah, the climb through that castle is a little windy, and all of the floors look the same.
Deln is probably on the most dangerous floor now. Oh, here we go. A 5 enemy ambush on. This is not something you want to see, especially if multiple cyclones. And it's really dangerous if he's down to one character, because then the strength of the spell is way higher.
Yep.
And that's a wipe out.
That's unfortunate. But that's also playing FF2, Pixel Remaster. It's just going to happen.
Yeah, game overs are a thing. Thankfully, we have quick saving and auto saving to mitigate the amount of things we have to repeat. God bless those, because these games would be like so miserable to run without them.
What, you don't want to have to redo 30 minutes of a run due to an ambush? Where's your sense of adventure?
It is long gone. Long gone.
It died 150 runs ago?
Many, many runs ago.
Yeah. But Foxy is nearing the top of Mysidia Tower now. Let's see. He's only got 1 or 2 floors left? Is he at the top? Hold on.
He's just outside Thunder Geese.
Yeah, outside Thunder. Okay.
So this is the last mini-boss he has to tackle to be able to get to the top of the tower. And then I'll have to go through it. There's like 2 more floors after this, and I'll have to just get through. But that could be a nasty ambush on Talbrik right here.
Mm.
These skull enemies can do nasty things, but it looks like they were merciful this time.
Yeah, and you can see where Talbrik has level 2 life. That's indicative of the luck that he's had throughout the run. And so now every time that he's healing or bringing anybody back, it's 2 MP, which when you get to the Jade Passage and then the final dungeon, you really want to have an Ether to get through. An Ether or Phoenix Downs, one of the 2.
That's generally a bad sign for Deln, that he's leveled up his life spell enough that it now requires skill level 2 and 2 MP to cast. It tends to be a bad sign, and there's another wipe from Deln. Deln also just saw a green dragon not too long ago, which is on the board count. So Deln is struggling a little bit here at the end, but he's just about through Jade Passage, and then he will begin the final dungeon here. And he's actually still on pretty solid pace. So down now into Pandemonium. I apologize to those of you that are watching the stream because the audio is not on him and the track is amazing, but you will get a chance to hear it when we get to foxyjira's attempt at Pandemonium. It is an excellent track with chorals.
And if you thought that, we were dealing with ambushes and deaths before, Pandemonium is really where we're going to probably see a lot of deaths from all of the runners. It's the last dungeon of the game, and it's just going to happen a lot. There are several encounters that can just totally
here we go, right here.
Yep, there we go.
Death Riders right there. So if they had gotten one more chance to attack, that probably would have wiped the party. Those Death Riders hit really hard. There's all sorts of just nasty encounters here in Pandemonium, and especially this is the older patch where status applications are 100%. So especially if he runs into a group of curls, that is going to be very dangerous, especially if it's an ambush.
And for whatever reason, this castle also has a lot of fake walls, And so you'll see all of the runners just kind of slipping through the barriers at certain points, which are very convenient, saves time, and also gives us less chances of running into an enemy. Which is honestly more.
This was the first game in the series to have random false walls for whatever reason. So, I mean, if you happen to know where they are in locations, you can, of course, take very quick shortcuts and make things a little bit quicker. I mean, most of them are just very minor shortcuts. There's a couple of really key shortcuts, including there's one in Cave of Mysidia that was in the original Famicom version. They took out in many of the remakes, and then since these remasters are based on the original versions of the game, they restored it in this one, which is a huge discovery. That we were so happy they put that back in because it really shortened like the one floor. I think it's the fourth floor, Cave of Mysidia.
And Talbrik just entered the Jade Passage, so he's a little bit behind Deln and making his way through. And Foxy just finished Mysidia Tower, has the Ultimatome, and let's see, yeah, Pandemonium so far for Deln seems to be going pretty alright.
White Dragon for Talbrik there, that's another unrunnable. I mean, what probably happens to most runners in this one is that if you're not familiar with the game, or if you get a number of fortunate runs on your first attempts, you may not realize that these dragons are unrunnable, or that even unrunnable encounters exist in this game, just because they took away so many of them, and then they appear so late in the game that you might not even realize that they're there until you run into them, and then it confuses you, and you usually waste a round or two having to switch your commands to do that. It gets me all the time when I'm doing this.
Yeah, absolutely. The one benefit is you've got, Leon with the blood sword and enough health to usually, get you through a round or two of being dumb and turning it back around. Usually.
And Deln is now done with the 6th floor. There are 10 floors total here, so he's got one more floor to go, and then he'll be on the 7th floor. So Deln is approaching the end here. He's got really one very long floor left, and then after that there's a couple of shorter floors, and then he'll be right at the Emperor. And the runner for FF6 for Team Mog has to be... I'm sorry. What is next game? I'm not even sure what the next game is. What's coming up after?
Let's see. No, Final Fantasy 15.
15, there we go. I apologize. I forgot FF6 is after FF3 tomorrow. And the FF15 runner for Team Mog has to be ready to go pretty quick, because the final boss here goes very, very quickly. But Deln's just got to get through this one long floor left first, and then he's got 2 shorter floors after this.
And Foxy is raiding those chests, and we'll be heading into the Cyclone here in just a second to go take down the Emperor for the first time.
He's got the blood sword, he's ready to go pretty much for the end of the game. You just have to get through all the different dungeons to get there. There's no other major bosses after the Emperor Gauntlet until you reach the final boss. Looks like he's going to stop at the item shop as well, just to grab a couple of extra items. Never a bad idea in a marathon setting.
Yeah, grabbing that second ether just in case. Definitely a safe strat to do here at the end.
Okay, we have 3 floors left for Deln now.
Meanwhile, Talbrik just got absolutely destroyed by those great Marlboros.
Oops, that sucks. Okay, we're approaching time for Team Mog. We're just going to be using the blood sword on the Emperor here.
Yep, moves to the last floor here in just a second, and all of the environments on this game look phenomenal. I really like the last floor. I wish that we got to spend more time kind of in that aesthetic a bit.
The aesthetic, yes. The enemies, no. This should be the last random encounter for Deln, and then he will be ready for the final boss here. And this fight will go very quickly. With any luck, it'll be over in 2 or 3 rounds. So Team Mog, please get ready. That's
There we go.
Time for Team Mog.
GG Deln and Team Mog.
That's an outstanding time. 2 hours, 19 minutes. That's an outstanding time. That's an especially great time for a marathon run. So yeah, it's probably the biggest pushover boss in FF. Final boss in FF game speedrunning.
Well, was, and now we've got the patch, and so we can't just lock him down. Well, I don't know. I think it's still pretty free, so long as you don't just have some bad RNG at the front end. But the first round of the Emperor by far is the harder version of that fight.
That is easily the fastest time for FF2 of any version in any relay so far. So that is that is an outstanding time.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That will be tough for the other guys to make a time on. I don't think they have the ability to make a time on that one, so they'll be losing a little bit of time compared to Team Mog here. So Team Mog will maintain their lead.
Yeah, I think Team Mog has definitely pulled ahead a little bit more, but the encounters have just not been kind to Talbrik here in the last couple of minutes. So it's giving Foxy and Tonberry a little bit of room to creep back forward and make up some of that lost ground.
So Foxy's about to hit the Emperor Gauntlet here. Once we're through this one, we'll have the cast and crew from the FF15 produce themselves shortly after that, because we'll have a brief moment here after that. We'll see how this gauntlet goes first, though. He's got to get through these 2 Royal Guard fights, which are usually not too dangerous unless they ambush you. If they just set you off on the wrong foot, it can snowball things into the later fights. So he's through the first one with no problem.
Talbrik taking a couple of quick saves to keep making his way through Jade Passage, while Foxy is not having any trouble so far with the Gauntlet.
Nope. Leon's down. That's
I'm sorry, Foxy. I'll just stop
Ricardo.
talking.
I'm sorry, Ricardo's down. Yeah, we knew a commentator curse was going to happen. It was inevitable. I mean, thankfully, we can blame you. At least I can blame you. I didn't.
Go ahead. I will happily take all the blame.
Good old commentator curse. Okay. It's inevitable. This should be the last fight that Talbrik needs, unless that's not a good idea. That's not a good encounter. Come on, you can get out of there. There he goes. Okay, Talbrik is through that one. Hopefully he has needles to recover from that. He does. So Talbrik will be finishing off Jade Passage heading into Pandemonium now.
Having as many gold needles as he has, I feel like Talbrik's been burned by getting petrified before.
So far so good for Talbrik. That's not very good though, slow. That's going to slow things down. That is actually very detrimental here.
Yeah.
Emperor elixiring, but Emperor's already at full health. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's fine.
Foxy's just taking this a little bit slow. Doesn't want to be auto-battling this and making a wrong command input. If you have the choice between making an option fast or accurate, you want to choose accurate every time.
Flow is smooth, smooth is fast.
Okay, so he's gotten through the wood golem. That's really the key here. He really doesn't want the Emperor to blink. That's about the worst case here.
The Emperor can elixir for the rest of time, and that'll be exactly what Foxy wants, frankly, with the slow.
He's making progress here.
Yeah.
Maria being down does not really negatively impact this too much. If he can isolate the Emperor or get the Emperor down and isolate the other enemy, he's in pretty good shape here. And having additional characters up just gives him more bodies to absorb hits.
Ricard just needs to land that blood sword hit and get some of that health back.
Missing Haste is... Yeah, this is difficult just because his melee characters are slowed here, which is reducing their chance to hit and reducing the damage output that they... Oof, it's really proving troublesome. And it doesn't help when they're also landing hits like this. He can still recover this, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's already made pretty good progress. Just needs to get... If he can get that guard down and isolate the Emperor, no, that's going to be a problem. No, that is going to be a real problem now. He can still work through this, but that's going to make this annoying.
Yeah, but with Guy and Ricard both dying and coming back, they have lost the slow. So
it's true.
That is helpful. It's just unfortunate that the Emperor used Blink right then as well.
Emperor just took half of his health in one hit, so he's half dead. If you can get one more hit like that on the Emperor will be good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you got him. The Emperor's down.
Nice.
There should be just one Royal Guard, so he has recovered this fight. He should be able to finish this out.
Yeah, wonderful recovery, Foxy.
Good way to stick with that one. It would have been very tempting to reset that, but that was not... You don't really want to reset that because you have to repeat the 2 fights before it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the last major RNG boss until the end. So he's just... It's all random encounters from here for Foxy. In the meantime, we've got Talbrik about almost all the way through that. We have a quick chance for the FF15 runners to introduce themselves if they want to go ahead. I don't know if you guys are muted or not, or if you're just being respectful because we're almost close here. We'll continue on because Talbrik's got one more long floor here that he's almost through. Oh, that's exactly what you don't want to see here. That's the danger. That's the danger of the old patch. Is these curl fights? They can use that blaster move, which can kill or paralyze everybody. It's just a nasty attack. If you get multiple curls in an encounter and they ambush you, that is as good as a game over as it's going to be. He did get out of that encounter very luckily.
Yeah, it's the curl fights and the Lamia fights are the ones that really can slow you down and cause a wipe here at the end of the game. Lamia with her charm and Curl with those blasters that just, like you say, it just takes out everybody. Or has the chance to.
And Talbrik here, what happened was he got confused on the previous fight, which changes the auto battle command by default. If that character commits a confused turn, they'll usually just attack with that, which you have to stop and correct your auto battle stuff. But he's almost done here. We're going to say goodbye to Sid on Jira's side. And Jira's dance party is also over as well. He's going to go get his airship, and then he's going to start making his way through the final dungeons here. Talbrik is now done with the 8th floor. He's on to the 9th floor, so he's got 2 floors left. So Team Choco, get ready to go.
Yep.
Oh, he must have hit the perfect encounter tile there, because he didn't get an encounter on either of the last 2 floors. Very nice.
Well, given what the game did in Jade Passage, I think he was owed that one.
Okay. Emperor, 1 hit, 2 hits, and 3 hits.
There we go.
For Choco.
GG Talbrik and Choco. That was a nice, easy, clean fight.
Yep. That's the power of the sleep sword and the blood sword in combination.
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw out there so everyone is aware. I had Maria and Guy both at one point or another hit level 2 life in that. So that was a run. I'm gonna go back and watch that recording later and figure out just how many ambushes and wipes I had. But good luck to our FF15 runners.
Yes, we'll give them another opportunity here to introduce themselves while we are waiting for Jira to get started on this next one.
I guess I'll start introducing myself. I'm Yida. I'm an X15 runner. Seems like the other two I've muted, I think.
I can introduce myself. Hi, I'm Kios. You might know me. I've ran 15 way more than anyone legally or medically should. Yeah, I'll be your commentator as well.
Hey folks, I'm Sharky. I'm mostly here to give my energy to people, to run the splits, and to look pretty. I've done Lightning Returns and 13 stuff before and tried to learn 15. Plus, I've watched about 1,000 of Kios's runs at this point, so I can pretend to be qualified to be here, and we can have a good time. Thanks, guys.
You guys have more time to introduce yourselves if you're going on. We just have Foxy making his way through Castle Pandemonium, but he's got a little ways to go here before anything of note happens.
I guess we could introduce the runners. For Team Mod, we have Barbados 00. They've been running this game for quite a bit of time.
One of the earlier runners.
Yeah, definitely one of the earlier runners.
And then on Team, I believe Choco?
Yes,
Maddie?
Yep.
And then Tonberry is DTG. They're relatively new. I think they came about, I guess, just over a year ago. Almost 2, I think.
Yeah, I know Maddie. Maddie's been around the community, I want to say closer to about 2 years. It's just, I think he had a lot of like internet issues and real life issues crop up, which tends to happen. Yeah, DTG's been around too. Just a lot of runners with other priorities, and that's okay. I know you know what that's like, Yida.
A little too well.
Yeah. We call it suffering from success, Emmy.
I know I've watched a lot of FF15 runs over the last, I don't know, year or two, and they're a lot of fun. So I definitely encourage everybody that if for some reason FF2 was like your thing and that's what you woke up here Saturday morning to watch, which I don't know, there are like probably 3 of you, that FF2 is the impetus. But stick around, FF15 is great fun. We've got great runners and the commentary is going to be awesome as well. So right now we're just watching as Foxy gets back through Palmacia Castle to go confront the Emperor Part 2 and bring Leon back to our side.
To be fair, I'd recommend 15 if anyone's ever looking to like pick up a plus or minus 5-hour action RPG. It is probably one of the easiest to get into as a speedrun. It's very beginner friendly.
Yeah.
As someone who was alive when FF2 was released, I can also recommend FF15 as something that would be fun to play.
Shots fired, goodness.
Sharky, get off my lawn.
You first.
Here, pass me my walker.
I don't know. I don't say anything about the bashing of FF2 because I don't think it's a very good game. It is a very interesting speed, I think.
It is. It's really cool with the pixel remasters. It gave a lot of people that like don't have the more retro equipment to run it a chance to like experience the game in some way. I I thought it was a unique and interesting experience. I'm not going to say if it was good or bad, because that's just opinion and not fact, but it was a very unique experience, I think, as a video game.
Ready for the road.
Yeah, if you're certainly looking for something different, you're going to be finding that with FF2. Foxy's here. He's about to confront the Emperor here on the final floor. Emperor Leon.
Good luck.
Emperor for a day, it feels like.
Yeah, they're about to get new management.
New old management. Which I actually feel that in my real life.
One would expect no less.
Meet the new boss. Same as the old boss.
I'll miss it once this road trip's over with.
He's going to bring fresh ideas to the table this time, though.
Anytime you please. I'm sure Cindy will be glad to look
What, restructuring our salaries?
Right. So that's what this is about.
Or maybe I shouldn't have gotten rid of them the first time because the new guy was god-awful. So just be thankful that you get some annoyance that you already know and are used to.
Wheel of restructuring, turn, turn, turn. Teach us the lesson that we should learn.
Wow, that's a throwback.
You're welcome. So am I.
Hey, Barbie with some good speed tech. I saw that, Barbie.
So Foxy is about to move into the last 2 dungeon rush, where it's just going to be a lot of hoping and praying that the enemy encounters play nicely and the ambushes go better than they did for Talbrik, who I can't believe had 2 different characters with level 2 life at the end. That usually, a bad run, you wind up with 1 person with level 2 life. If you have 2 people with level 2 life, then it just hits you in the face and kept coming back. So to finish when he did is still good time, because the game was not giving him any favors.
Oh, good. Tonberry joined our party now. Okay. Foxy's setting up her card for the final areas, and then he's just going to have to make his way over there. We're going to get a brief cutscene here where it shows us where to go with our airship. This is new to this version of the game, too. Previous versions didn't show you these little sections. This is a very common spot to get confused as a casual player, because if you try to visit this particular section of the map before this point, nothing is there. You don't get any indication that anything is actually there all of a sudden, unless you are really paying attention to things somehow. So you would just kind of have to randomly wander around the map with the airship to notice that. But thankfully, they show you exactly where that is and exactly where the airship is after Sid passes away, unfortunately.
And those are, the tiny changes that they did to the pixel remasters that just make it that much more enjoyable to do for the first time or revisit if it's been 20 years since you've touched the games.
Cannot express the joy in my heart on receiving word of this coming peace, nor the pride I take in my betrothal, playing a part in this.
And for any of the folks that are, just waking up, just hopping in, or just coming in for the FF15 run, there were patches that came out for the Pixel Remaster games. All of them in the last month or so. FF2's was on Monday morning. And so with, all of the runners agreeing and management's permission, everybody actually ran the old version of the patch. So everything that you're seeing right now is kind of the last gasp of this version of the run. We are currently in rerouting time, and all of the resources that you see that are dated before August 21st or something are going to be out of date, but we are working to, once a route is established, go back in and get all that caught up. It is still a great run to play, and it's a lot of fun, I think. As poorscythe said, that the game itself is a little iffy at times, but the speedrun's great fun.
As a stranger of paradise runner, I feel your pain. We got that surprise patch, and everything's different now. But that's part of the fun. I mean, 15 was the same way. We not suffered. It was one of those things, inevitably the game just we got better and got quicker despite any weird patches.
I guess
Yeah,
they
I think
gave
it was
more
weird.
than
It was
data.
weird the Pixel remasters just because it had been almost a year since some of these games had gotten an update, so it just
Yeah.
kind of came out of nowhere. And some of the changes are positive. I mean, there's faster fleeing. There are there's like some crit animations, which would probably help some more visually impaired.
Yeah. Nah, accessibility and visibility is always good. I love changes like that.
Things like
Yeah,
that
I
are
think
beneficial.
overall the patch is probably good. It just, little things we're gonna have to reroute around.
Got a lot of respect for people actually being able to push through those kind of changes. The biggest patch I can remember for a game I ran is when they repaired the audio for the final boss so he would talk to you again.
Yeah. Man, I remember the 1980s. Good times, Sharky.
Yeah, they just mailed us new cartridges whenever there was a patch.
It's alright. Look, I remember when the Ryzen series processors came out. You want to talk about mailing people motherboards?
This is an unfortunate slight wipe for Foxy here. Marlboros do not mess around. Luckily, we had the autosave right there, so we could just try again.
And thankfully, most of the floors are not incredibly long. But for those that are, that if you're not quick saving or you're pushing your luck, then it'll take you to the back or back to the beginning.
I hate
which
this
is
floor
rough.
so much. I hate this floor so much.
Yeah, this is the
this is the one I always get bad encounters on. Get some hungry worms there.
And the other unfortunate thing is the less, party members that you have alive, the enemies will hit harder if they're using, like, magic attacks. Because then the damage, instead of being spread out amongst 3 or 4 people, is on 1 or 2. So even if you're at the end of a floor and you're like, maybe I can squeeze it out. Maybe I can eke through. No. Just go ahead, heal up, because it's not worth it.
What's all this about the port closing?
Some kind of holdup. According to my sources.
Yeah, because like that cyclone attack did 150, which everybody can live through. If there were just 2 folks alive, it would have done 300, 400, something like that. So
It's a good thing he's been taking quick saves, because this is what happens.
yeah, absolutely.
Surely you didn't think it'd go unnoticed. At least not by this reporter. Lucky for you, this reporter has integrity. If you want to remain incognito, I'll respect your wish. In exchange for a favor.
I wonder if there's ever going to be a Team Marlboro in the relay.
Hey, I knew you'd come around.
What do you guys
Isn't that
think?
just management?
Oh, that is a bad mistake from Foxy.
Oh no.
He meant to cast Life, and I think he cast.
All you gotta do is find
So he's got. If he goes back to his quick save, yes, that's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's actually, he can do that.
don't, and the papers will run you out of
That's a good recovery from that one, actually. It's really bad because that overwrites your autosave. So if he had loaded his autosave, that would have been not ideal. But he did have a quick save back on this floor. That's a very minor hiccup in the end. But that's just that's the kind of mistake that newer runners will eventually make at some point. Everybody has done that at some point. It's a
Yeah,
rite
I've
of
definitely
passage.
done
Honestly,
that.
it's a rite of passage. He handled that perfectly though. He did have his quick save, so he came right back. Yeah, that's another thing. There is a strategy where you can basically get rid of teleport or things that you will not be using later on. You can forget spells from your characters if you want to,
We're supposed to get near that
which is never a bad idea.
down before you wake it up.
Oh, that's a good pun in chat, Perry. That's a rite of Jade Passage. That's a good one. This is the last encounter here, and then he's going to get into Jade Pandemonium. I'm going to implore the management to change the audio back for Pandemonium, because I don't think they got to hear it earlier, and it is outstanding, and you guys deserve to hear it. So I hope they consider changing that just for the end here. If you don't mind. Because the corals here are fantastic.
Fine, but only for a few minutes.
I'll
Hey, there are only a few minutes left.
Chris.
Yeah, there's only a few minutes left here.
Bad feet.
So Foxy's just going to be running away from everything here. We don't have to fight anything. There's only a handful of unrunnable encounters, mostly on the higher floors. He's hoping to dodge those at this point. He just needs to get through these encounters, needs to take occasional quick saves in case of terrible ambushes.
But of the things to get ambushed by, the mantis is, it could be worse. It's really those curls that you're terrified of seeing.
This could be bad if he... What we got? Oh, he tried to flee and he failed to flee? That's really unfortunate.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, goodness. He did have a quick save, though. He's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's close to the start of the floor. That sucks. I mean, the only thing worse in this is honestly PSP. Because I've been conditioned from playing the PSP version to quick save on every single fight. It's just annoying. Because you would have to, in the PSP version, if you get unrunnable fights, you have to take them out with teleport or reset. Resetting on PSP can take quite a lot of time.
Yeah. The UMD doesn't spin up that quickly.
I mean, even if you're playing it on a memory stick like I am, it's still not very fast.
Yeah.
I have a UMD copy of this game that I have never opened. And I don't think I will ever open it. I don't think I ever want to play it on UMD. I mean,
no one needs that amount of suffering.
Nobody needs that. I still have it in the shrink wrap.
Yeah, I've got the UMD copy of FF1 and have played it a little bit, but mostly when I was learning that run, I did it on PC with the emulator. It's just so much easier to practice any speedrun when you've got, save states and the like.
I've got a PlayStation 1 copy of FF1 and 2, and every so often, usually around the marathon, is when I go, ooh, maybe I should pull that out of storage. One of these years.
I've never finished the PS1 version of FF1. I have played it, and I hated it. It was the very first version of this I ever played, though. And I mean, knowing what I know now, I could probably go back and play it. But it was not a lot of fun to play, I think, when it first came out. These versions have become much more accessible and much easier.
I think Origins was the first version of FF2 that we could legally play here in the States, so...
That sounds right. Without looking it up, I would need to double check, but I think that's right. And then Dawn of Souls for the GBA came out, like a couple of years after that, I feel like?
Sounds about right. I think I was in my early 30s when that happened.
Oh, stop. No, I think I was in elementary school, and so you would have been probably in high school-ish, I think.
Yeah, I was 32.
And Foxy's just getting beaten around right here. This is really unfortunate for him. He is doing his best, and he's not doing anything wrong here. This is just how this game goes. And thankfully for him, he is quick saving.
It's just literally bad luck. I haven't seen anything this rough in a very long time.
Yeah, and that's the danger of curl ambushes, is they can just do that. They can just game over. And there's really nothing you can do here.
Yeah.
We have a question in chat from Alec trying, did they ever patch up the 100% on hit effects? They literally did just on Monday morning this week. And as a result, we decided to play the old patch.
Yeah, I don't know who still had the files on their PC, but bless them, because otherwise this would have been chaos all around, and we're not playing that game. That's later.
Okay, Foxy's through the first 3 floors. He's on the 4th floor here. This is a short floor, so he's through 4 floors now.
Oh, somebody just let me know it was Foxy that still had the files. So GG Foxy, thank you. Thank you, friend.
Savior of the relay.
Foxy's doing a great job cutting this out.
Yeah, he's been getting far worse RNG than the other runners.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Deln's an absolute beast at this game, so Deln was going to be tough to beat, no matter what happened on this one. Deln is in now, I believe, 3rd place on the leaderboard. That's just because of a brand new world record that was set, I think, yesterday.
I want to say I've seen Deln set a record in a previous relay a few years back.
Man, I'm so stressed for Foxy right now. For all of them when they were going through Pandemonium, but now that the luck that Foxy has had in Pandemonium, oh my goodness, this has not been kind to him.
He's very lucky to get away from that encounter. He's now on the 7th floor, so this is the longest remaining floor at this point. And they have 2 shorter ones after this, and then he'll be on the final floor with the final boss. So the Tonberry runner can get ready, because it's coming up within the next few minutes.
And as we start to wind down a little bit, this has been such great fun. It's been a great morning. All of the runners have been phenomenal to watch, and I'm so excited about what the rest of this weekend has in store, because relay time is my favorite of the year ever since I found out that this thing existed. It's great runners, great commentary, with one of the best series that I've ever had the good fortune of playing.
I'll echo that. Thank you to the organizers and everybody for including us in this one. I'm glad I was able to do commentary for this one. I was looking forward to doing it with the new patch before they did that, and I was going to have some popcorn ready and enjoy that, but I totally understand the decision they made and support that for the sake of the runners. If Foxy had been dealing with this on the new patch, that would have been no bueno. And then, alright, he's on the 2nd last floor here. And we'll also say thank you to the patience for the FF15 runners due to the disparity between teams right here. But we're nearly done now. Foxy's heading onto the final floor here. And the final boss very shortly. Except he gets 1 random blue dragon he can't run from.
Oh my god.
This game. This game knows that he wants to finish and will not let it finish.
It's all good. We'll get everyone caught up on the 15 side. We got 4+ hours of it to go, so.
Yeah. This is going to be the beginning of Choco's comeback, don't you worry. I'm sorry, Tonberry's coming. Okay, he's all set with random encounters. Now he's just set up for the final boss, and we're going in. That's a good first hit. He misses, but that's not that big a deal. Should be 1 more hit. Time.
GG. Well fought.
That was such pain. That was so much pain. Oh my god. I am so
GG,
sorry. Oh my
GG.
god.
You did great, Foxy.
Yeah, he did it. You powered through. That was not really fair.
The beginning ambush RNG was terrible. Maria wouldn't stop dying, and then I just was kind of listening to the stream, so I was not half paying attention. So when I got on the Chocobo 3 different times, that was me trying to tab out and close out of the stream, and so I could just focus. But yeah, thank you everybody. It's so rough. God.
And thank you to that blue dragon that showed up right at the end there too.
Yeah, I was just like, yep, okay, encounter, flee, and then nope. I was like, yep, that's right up the alley. But good luck with the Final Fantasy 15 runners, and thanks, guys.
Okay, the FF2 crew here is going to wrap it up and hand it over to the FF15 crew. Good luck to everyone. And thank you again to the organizers and the viewers here. I hope you guys enjoyed this.
Thanks, guys. Y'all have a good one.